La buena gobernanza es clave para la eficaz implementación de las políticas de protección ambiental y climática, lo que requiere la participación e incidencia de organizaciones intersectoriales y estructuras complejas del Estado. Sin embargo, su implementación se dificulta ante los objetivos a veces contradictorios del crecimiento económico, de la protección ambiental y del desarrollo social. En este sentido, en los últimos años, la política alemana de desarrollo se ha orientado sistemáticamente hacia la mejora de las condiciones marco globales en materia ambiental, social, económica y política para eliminar las causas de la pobreza y promover el desarrollo global sostenible. Tras la adopción de la Agenda 2030, las prioridades políticas de la cooperación alemana se han orientado hacia sus 5 áreas centrales. La gobernanza ambiental se basa en la buena gestión de los recursos financieros públicos aplicados en el sector, lo que representa uno de los objetos de evaluación de las entidades fiscalizadoras superiores, EFS. La importancia de estas instituciones ha sido reconocida por la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, toda vez que éstas promueven la eficiencia, la rendición de cuentas, la eficacia y la transparencia en la administración pública, lo que favorece el logro de las metas de desarrollo nacionales e internacionales. En este contexto, la cooperación alemana contribuye, en alianza con las 22 EFS, miembros de la Organización Latinoamericana y del Caribe de Entidades Fiscalizadoras Superiores, o las CEFs, incluido el Tribunal de Cuentas de la Unión de Brasil, TCU, a cumplir efectivamente su función de mejorar la administración pública, especialmente con respecto a las inversiones gubernamentales en el área ambiental. Esta organización regional promueve el intercambio de conocimientos y experiencias, así como la cooperación interinstitucional y el desarrollo de capacidades entre sus miembros. Este es el objetivo del proyecto Fortalecimiento del Control Externo en el Área Ambiental, que implementa GIZ en alianza con el TCU y la OLA-CEFs. El proyecto tiene 3 ámbitos de acción. El primero se centra en fortalecer los procesos de auditoría gubernamental. Las acciones apoyadas tienen por objetivo desarrollar, fortalecer y/o promover modelos, metodologías e instrumentos de auditoría innovadores. Como ejemplos tenemos herramientas que apoyan el desarrollo de capacidades y la promoción de auditorías de desempeño, la implementación de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible y la gestión de áreas protegidas, entre otros temas. El propósito del segundo ámbito de acción es fortalecer los mecanismos de cooperación entre los miembros de la OLA-CEFs y mejorar la gama de servicios que estos ofrecen. Eso es posible mediante la realización de auditorías coordinadas, evaluaciones entre pares, seminarios, talleres y otras iniciativas de desarrollo de capacidades. Un ejemplo relevante es el Programa Regional sobre Geotecnologías aplicadas al control externo en el área ambiental. Las auditorías coordinadas merecen especial atención, ya que representan un modelo colaborativo e innovador de desarrollo de capacidades. El tercer ámbito de acción del proyecto se refiere al fortalecimiento de la comunicación interna y externa con las partes interesadas. En este sentido, la contribución del proyecto se centra en el desarrollo de capacidades de las EFS para lograr una comunicación eficaz sobre las auditorías ambientales, considerando la diversidad de partes interesadas. Ejemplos incluyen una estrategia para comunicarse eficazmente con partes interesadas relacionadas con el medio ambiente, un curso virtual sobre el diseño de estrategias de comunicación de informes de auditoría, talleres con ciudadanos, así como una participación activa e intercambio técnico con las partes interesadas externas. El intercambio continuo de las EFS con las partes interesadas es fundamental para que las auditorías ambientales tengan el mayor impacto posible en las políticas públicas, contribuyan a mejorar el desempeño de la administración pública e incidan en la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos. En términos generales, el proyecto tiene un enfoque amplio de desarrollo de las capacidades y presta especial atención a la integración de cuestiones transversales relacionadas con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y con otros acuerdos internacionales, como el Convenio de las Naciones Unidas sobre la Diversidad Biológica y la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático, entre otros. Fortalecer las capacidades de las entidades fiscalizadoras superiores incide positivamente en la gobernanza pública y en la rendición de cuentas, impacta favorablemente la confianza en la sociedad y hace una diferencia en la vida de los ciudadanos.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In a few minutes, we're going to resume our seminar. Would you please take your seats and put your cell phones in the silent mode?
La buena gobernanza es clave para la eficaz implementación de las políticas de protección ambiental y climática, lo que requiere la participación e incidencia de organizaciones intersectoriales y estructuras complejas del Estado. Sin embargo, su implementación se dificulta ante los objetivos a veces contradictorios del crecimiento económico, de la protección ambiental y del desarrollo social. En este sentido, en los últimos años, la política alemana de desarrollo se ha orientado sistemáticamente hacia la mejora de las condiciones marco globales en materia ambiental, social, económica y política para eliminar las causas de la pobreza y promover el desarrollo global sostenible. Tras la adopción de la Agenda 2030, las prioridades políticas de la cooperación alemana se han orientado hacia sus 5 áreas centrales. La gobernanza ambiental se basa en la buena gestión de los recursos financieros públicos aplicados en el sector, lo que representa uno de los objetos de evaluación de las entidades fiscalizadoras superiores, EFS. La importancia de estas instituciones ha sido reconocida por la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, toda vez que éstas promueven la eficiencia, la rendición de cuentas, la eficacia y la transparencia en la administración pública, lo que favorece el logro de las metas de desarrollo nacionales e internacionales. En este contexto, la cooperación alemana contribuye, en alianza con las 22 EFS, miembros de la Organización Latinoamericana y del Caribe de Entidades Fiscalizadoras Superiores, o las CEFs, incluido el Tribunal de Cuentas de la Unión de Brasil, TCU, a cumplir efectivamente su función de mejorar la administración pública, especialmente con respecto a las inversiones gubernamentales en el área ambiental. Esta organización regional promueve el intercambio de conocimientos y experiencias, así como la cooperación interinstitucional y el desarrollo de capacidades entre sus miembros. Este es el objetivo del proyecto Fortalecimiento del Control Externo en el Área Ambiental, que implementa GIZ en alianza con el TCU y la OLA CEFS. El proyecto tiene 3 ámbitos de acción. El primero se centra en fortalecer los procesos de auditoría gubernamental. Las acciones apoyadas tienen por objetivo desarrollar, fortalecer y/o promover modelos, metodologías e instrumentos de auditoría innovadores. Como ejemplos tenemos herramientas que apoyan el desarrollo de capacidades y la promoción de auditorías de desempeño, la implementación de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible y la gestión de áreas protegidas, entre otros temas. El propósito del segundo ámbito de acción es fortalecer los mecanismos de cooperación entre los miembros de la OLA-CEFS y mejorar la gama de servicios que estos ofrecen. Eso es posible mediante la realización de auditorías coordinadas, evaluaciones entre pares, seminarios, talleres y otras iniciativas de desarrollo de capacidades. Un ejemplo relevante es el Programa Regional sobre Geotecnologías aplicadas al control externo en el área ambiental. Las auditorías coordinadas merecen especial atención, ya que representan un modelo colaborativo e innovador de desarrollo de capacidades. El tercer ámbito de acción del proyecto se refiere al fortalecimiento de la comunicación interna y externa con las partes interesadas. En este sentido, la contribución del proyecto se centra en el desarrollo de capacidades de las EFS para lograr una comunicación eficaz sobre las auditorías ambientales, considerando la diversidad de partes interesadas. Ejemplos incluyen una estrategia para comunicarse eficazmente con partes interesadas relacionadas con el medio ambiente, un curso virtual sobre el diseño de estrategias de comunicación de informes de auditoría, talleres con ciudadanos, así como una participación activa e intercambio técnico con las partes interesadas externas. El intercambio continuo de las EFS con las partes interesadas es fundamental para que las auditorías ambientales tengan el mayor impacto posible en las políticas públicas, contribuyan a mejorar el desempeño de la administración pública e incidan en la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos. En términos generales, el proyecto tiene un enfoque amplio de desarrollo de las capacidades y presta especial atención a la integración de cuestiones transversales relacionadas con los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y con otros acuerdos internacionales, como el Convenio de las Naciones Unidas sobre la Diversidad Biológica y la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático, entre otros. Fortalecer las capacidades de las entidades fiscalizadoras superiores incide positivamente en la gobernanza pública y en la rendición de cuentas, impacta favorablemente la confianza en la sociedad y hace una diferencia en la vida de los ciudadanos.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, to resume the international seminar on renewable energies, advances and opportunities for sustainable development, we're going to start now the panel, Public Policies for Renewable Energies. To moderate this panel, we're going to invite the reporter of the broadcast of Estadão, specialized in the coverage of energy, telecommunication, and infrastructure, Anne Wart. As a panelist, we'd like to invite the Planning Secretariat of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Reive Barros dos Santos. The Auditor of the General Controller of Chile, Benjamin Reyes Resco. The Doctor in Economy and Director of the Infrastructure Regulation Center of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, Joísa Dutra. The head of the Statistics Department of Energy of the United Nations, Leonardo Rocha Souza. We would like to inform that the questions can be made preferentially through the virtual platform Menti. The access must be done through the website www.menti.com. Use the access code 745257 to send questions. Another option would you can write your question. We now hit the floor to Annie Hart. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Annie. I'm a reporter of the Estadão newspaper and also the podcast of the newspaper. I've been working for 7 years in this area, specifically in the energy area. In these 7 years, among several things that I covered, you all know the ones that follow the electric sector. We, we follow the measures, legal measures for the energy, also an almost rationing of electricity. And now I'm covering the reform of the electric sector, wishing that the problems that we have seen for many years will be finally resolved. It is an honor for me to be here, and I thank for the invitation of TCU to mediate this panel. And I'd like to invite Dr. Joisa, first of all, to talk about what she has to present to us here. Good afternoon. I would like to thank TCU for the opportunity to contribute for such a relevant discussion. It is a moment, as Annie reports, a moment of transition that tries to be done by reforms that are under discussion in the Congress. The discussion is in an advanced moment in the energy sector, not only the electricity but also natural gas. So thank you very much for the invitation. I tried to collect some reflections regarding this process, and besides the unit that I direct at Getúlio Vargas Foundation, I also have a participation in a platform of the World Economic Forum, and we have a reflection on what are the public policies that can promote the energy transition. I wrote just here a roadmap on what I'm going to discuss here with you. I'm going to have a reflection on what are the innovations in terms of infrastructure, good policies for the energy transition, some policies and some lessons that emerge from the analysis of the good policies. An important point to highlight is that we work in a sector that is deeply dominated by the engineering, by the technical knowledge. Yesterday, TCU organized a seminar regarding infrastructure, and the justices from TCU would say that the sector is dominated by engineers. But sometimes we forget that the infrastructure innovations are phenomena that transcend the technical or technological frontiers. We're talking about a hardware, which are the infrastructure assets that are ruled and coordinated through public policies of regulation in a business environment that take investments, not only public investments, but also we increasingly see private investments. We can see here how different cycles of innovation in infrastructure translated into an increase of per capita income throughout millennium. So when we talk about infrastructure, initial infrastructure, we were talking about religious times, and then cities with walls, surrounded by walls, and then irrigation channels. And it shows us that throughout the time of 10,000 years, we experienced innovations in infrastructure that produced an increase of per capita income, but also they are created or they have their centers in some countries that we can see here. Actually, we start talking about what happened in the past 100 years in the US. and it is really an important topic for us. When we analyze this process, we need to think that this process happens in a cycle of stages. It's not rare to see the technology present, but it takes a long time for for it to disseminate, to gain ground. That was the case of the natural gas. The technology of the non-conventional exploration has been here since 1950. Some of the examples that we saw in that previous chart took over 1 century to reach the market and be disseminated and lead us to new standards. So what are the stages of this innovation cycle? First, you have the moment of innovation. It's when the technology makes things possible. For example, the electric car. We have in the electric car a possibility. I was not here in the morning, so if I mention anything that was already mentioned, please let me know. Well, in the case of the electric car, it starts or it attempts to have a penetration in the first um, half of the 20th century to substitute the vehicles driven by animals. These vehicles, they are threatened by the engine vehicles in the end of the 19th century. But they can only have a penetration in the market that really affects the horses after 1930, 1940. So to look at this type of experience can be really clarifying for us to understand the transitions that we are experiencing today. Once this technology is possible, we start the stage in which the competition starts to create room for the dissemination in a second moment. In a third moment, the public policies for regulation start to create incentives for standardization. They can be leader economies to be directed by institutions or private sector companies, and also uh, public investments guarantee the reputation for the industries with long-term investments, and in these cases the support from the government is necessary. And after that we go to the consolidation moment and universalization of the access, and then we have the space for a new technology to restart this cycle. It's important to have this in mind when now we are talking about the energy transition. It has a set of possibilities that combine digitalization. I will not talk a lot about that because I know you have listened to these words um, many times. So we have this digitalization. It allows for open, real-time, automated communication and operation of the system. Companies that have unilateral flow of energy, uh, especially the hydroelectric power uh, plants, and then after we can see the space made for the electrification. The mechanisms, regulatory mechanisms for support, they demand restructuring. For example, most part of the people, many times they don't pay attention to the fact that uh, the grid industry experienced a transformation in the 80s and 90s, and it was followed by regulatory changes. It's what we call, people even mention it in a more simplistic way. They say regulation by incentives, which were the mechanisms for down price and the top price, where the company explores the opportunities and share the gains of productivity with the society. The point here is these mechanisms, they belong in a world that not only expanded the networks, but also they wanted to increase the consumption, which is not a reality today. We are going to a world in which it's valued, uh, the ability to save resources. So some mechanisms become inadequate, and then we need to discuss the new mechanisms. And then we start talking about decoupling and other things that have to do with the political economy. In Brazil, we have high sensibility to the topic between the link between water and energy. We have two extremely interdependent industries that, in fact, they are characterized by high levels of inefficiency. 18% of electricity is corresponds to non-technical losses, and we have 50% of losses in the sector of water. So we consider that electricity is a fundamental input for the water distribution in the whole chain of sanitation, and then we consider the relevance of water to the electricity sector in Brazil. Then we have to think of the elements of the public policies in the context of energy transition. I will allow myself to mention the typology. What is the typology? We have some public policies that have been established to advance the goal of decarbonization, and it has a systemic nature. That is, they transcend a specific sector. An example is the UK Climate Change Act that produced very interesting events. There are strategies focusing in incentivizing, in disseminating innovation in early stages of the adoption of technology. So before they are feasible commercially, there are some prizes and funds that are established around the world that generate the attraction of efforts to produce solutions that respond the needs not only in the technical level but also that are feasible in the commercial and financial point of view, and that can be supported by coherent legislation. Some policies are driven to reorganizing the market and promote diffusion of technology. There is an industry of cement in Brazil hard to abate. They have a big participation compared to developed economies. And we have policies that through technological innovation they can produce the reduction of loss of heat. And there's a case of policies that reorientate markets to promote low emission technology. Brazil was a pioneer when in 2003, 2004, we start the mechanisms of auction, so competition in the market, to do the contracting of the expansion of the system through very long term contracts. How long do I still have? How much time? 5 minutes? Is anyone? Okay, 3 minutes. This topic is really important unless we consider it later, but more than 15 countries in Latin America could follow this example of the electricity auctions, and through these auctions Brazil could contract a lot of wind energy. And now we need to understand the criteria for these good policies. First of all, I think this topic was mentioned here, and Leonardo will mention that later. But we need to be able to measure the impact of the policies that are implemented, and this process should be followed by accountability and transparency. They should contribute for the reduction of emission, and we should look at the examples of policies around the world. This is the effort we've been doing to check the scalability and reapplicability, of course, having some adaptations considering the reality of the countries. Now, considering that the decentralization brings an impact of subnational and regional impacts with the goal of energy transition. Well, here, considering I have only 2 minutes, this is, I know you know this. It is a certification policy, a labeling policy, and it's important that when we analyze these policies, we should have in mind the underlining mechanisms. In Japan, for example, they have a policy to determine the targets, and these targets they have the characteristic of a mechanism called best in class. There's a competition to establish the reference standard for each item. It is really fundamental for us to observe at Procel how the targets associated to each degree are evolving in a way to generate efficiency gains in the industry. Of course, we need to analyze the space of the cities with large potential for energy efficiency, for heating, cooling, ventilation, lighting. So there are many models. For example, in the UK, they consider the possibility of the consumer to contract hours of heating or hours of refrigerating or cooling. So these ideas can produce the increase of the offer of electricity. The buildings are a very large universe. Our population has a degree of urbanization that is bigger than other regions in the world.
I would like to spend my last 2 minutes on this slide, okay? I think this slide is really important. 1 minute, 1 minute, woohoo! I have established the goal. Underlying, whenever we have a discussion about policies, it must be clear to us what is the underlying strategy. Brazil nowadays is before a set of possibilities, and so it's good on one hand, but it creates challenges on the other. So here we have the top pillar, the new gas market that is being designed as a possibility to receive the increase of penetration of alternative sources. Whenever we come to these seminars, we hope that the electrical sector is going to be an anchor for these processes. Last week, we were receiving a delegation from Europe, and the representatives, with the help of Secretary Havey, they were kind of surprised because, in fact, they saw a clear option of Brazil when it comes to receiving the increase of the production of natural gas because of the pre-salt. But there are other pathways. A pathway of going deeper into our capacity to develop renewable sources of energy. And then when we analyze the current package, and I know that Philip presented this package for Europeans, it's much more a policy than a policy for the electrical sector. We're talking about a country's choice, something that is coherent, something that is sustainable. Whatever that pathway is, the government, the state has the need to explain the pathway so that it's possible to coordinate the stakeholders' actions so that we can have productivity, gains, and well-being for the population. So we have to remember that not choosing is a choice that is going to increase all costs for our society. So energy policy within the European Union is already a view of an integrated sector among the electrical sector and the climate sector. And so final considerations. First, what are good policies? Good policies are focused on political feasibility and continuity. They must generate lasting effects. They have to be based on the golden rule of regulation. We have to have sensitivity and feasibility, well, political sensitivity and feasibility. which requires coalitions to support and empower its supporters and stakeholders. We have to have an analysis of the European Union's experience with energy directives to promote liberalization reforms when it comes to natural gas, and successful policies aimed at the dissemination of new technologies must be considered, okay? And we must reduce risk for the prioritized technologies and making it feasible to mobilize capital. In the electrical sector, the technologies of low emissions are characterized by high fixed costs and low variable costs. And so the financial success of these technologies requires a minimum perception of the risks in the capital markets and throughout the horizons. So I just wanted to emphasize in your presentation, Madam Judge, regarding the debate, the importance of the measurement of the impacts of these public policies. And so we have an agreement created by the TCU regarding the policy for renewable sources of energy. And some of the conclusions that this sentence has, or this agreement has, is that we do not have a clear follow-up of what these policies have been generating. So many times we have a public policy that encourages a certain source and not another, but on the other hand, we are not following this up closely. Has this generated progress? Was this the goal that we had established? What were the costs that were required by this policy? So within this spirit, regardless of the benefits and the costs, I would also like to highlight that we have to make choices no matter what they are, because many times, some debates and some. And so we need to make a choice. We need to make a choice. And so we have to follow this and the country that we want to be. So within the spirit, I would like to invite Dr. Have to give his presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to thank TCU for the invitation that was extended to the Ministry of Mines and Energy. So Minister Bent was here earlier today, and we're going to try to go deeper into the information that he shared with you. So I would like to congratulate the TCU. This is a topic that we intend to show to you, and the public policies that are defined based on the instruments defined by the Ministry of Mines and Energy. And also these policies, they are determined for the long run. So on December 10th of 2019, we're going to have an overview of the last 30 years, and then we're going to see the next 10 years. And so we intend to give you a general overview of what we use at the ministry and also in the Brazilian sector. I always like to say and to reinforce that the electrical sector in Brazil is robust. And why do I say robust? Because its design is well structured. Given the technological evolution, we need to carry out many innovations. These innovations are being carried out, but from a structural perspective, our sector is a sector that is extremely attractive nationally and internationally. And there are three main pillars that I consider to be important. The rules are clear. You have legal stability. You have regulatory stability. It's important for those who aim to invest in our country. We have long-term contracts. No other country in the world has long-term contracts. So if you decide to invest in Brazil, you know how long you're going to be able to invest, and it's sustainable. So that's why our sector is considered to be robust. So these are the figures regarding the electrical sector in Brazil. So when we visited Europe under Professor Joisa's guidance, and so the transition in Europe is radically different from the transition in Brazil. So in terms of renewables in Brazil and specific sources with low carbon emission, we are an example for the world. With this slide, so Brazil emits 2.2 tons of CO2. Europe 6.3, China 6.8. So this is a dimension of where Brazil is located now. So we have about 168 gigawatts of capacity that has already been installed, and we have 83% from renewables. Our expectations for 2029 is 81% of renewables and 221 gigawatts. And so the energy research company, these are information from our energy research company, and so we need to expand in 5 gigawatts per year so that we can achieve these goals. So these figures are very important, and the whole world looks at Brazil and aiming at participating in this effort so that we can expand our grid and matrix. So this is a projection. This is what we aim to achieve in the next 10 years. Notice now that all of the sources, energy sources, they are renewable, they are important, wind, solar, thermal, but I would like to attract your attention to the topic of hydroelectrical power plants. And so if you see the P&L, when it comes to the generation of electricity using hydroelectrical power plants, they're very small. Why? Because we were using every cycle huge hydroelectrical power plants and we are going to open up Belo Monte power plant tomorrow. And so since the power plants are over 1,000 megawatts, they don't exist any longer. So the borders that would be available are in the north. And now we are reassessing this strategy of trying to find electricity in the north because it has a huge socio-environmental impact. And so we thought it would be more prudent to reassess all of the inventory that we have. And so in the southeast and in the central west region, we have about 15 gigawatts. So the small hydroelectrical power plants, they have a specific particularity because the investor takes all the risk and he carries out all the investment. So he carries out the feasibility study and he has that asset to take so every year they do the maintenance and they do the updates. But the huge hydroelectrical power plants, the government does, the investor carries out the study, and if things work out, the government is going to reimburse that person. And so between 100 and 500 megawatts. And we're trying to make sure that these power plants in the PDL of 2031, you're going to see a considerable amount, and we have about 7.5 gigawatts in average for the electrical power plants. And so we also have variables, hydroelectrical variables, and also thermal variable, and that would be aimed at stabilizing these sources. In orange, we have the thermal, Okay, and we have the variable sources. This is the amount to be invested in the next PDE for 2029. These are the sectorial investments, 1.9 trillion reais in oil, gas, and biofuels up until 2029, 456 billion in the generation and transmission of electrical energy. This does not include the distribution. And so we aim to invest 456 billion in the next 10 years. I like this slide a lot, and I usually tell people that this slide on the left-hand side is the electrical sector that is well behaved, and on the right-hand side is the electricity, but it is multi-directional. And so you can do this. And we need planning, we need planning. And so from the slide, on the left-hand side, the decision-making process is deterministic. What am I going to have in terms of resources? What can I do in terms of the charge? On the right-hand side, it depends on the behavior, on the society's behavior. And so in Europe is one thing. One thing is Brazil. Brazil is almost as big as a continent. So maybe in a certain region, there's going to be an interest of the society to have more storage. The other is to buy more electric cars. And so it depends. The other is to use more wind energy, the other one solar energy. So we need to respect what our society believes in. And then I can simply invest because I don't have distributed energy resources. If I have, excellent. If I don't, I can have energy efficiency. And this is a projection and our expectations for the next 10 years. And so in terms of electrical efficiency, we also have considerable figures, yeah? We want to have an efficiency gain in the consumption of electricity that reaches 40 terawatts in 20 or by 2029, approximately 5% of the total consumption. And how are we going to measure this? So in the system of transmission and generation, and we can measure 35 gigawatts. And so we would have a number, and we need a model that is going to quantify everything, avoid waste, to see if the goal that we have established is effectively being met. So this is the distributed generation, and these are our figures for 10 years. We have alternatives for expansion. We have hydroelectrical potential versus protected environmental areas. And here we have the values for small hydroelectrical power plants. This is a number that is going to make Rodrigo smile. Rodrigo, this number is very important for you guys. And here we have solar PVs, and we have the wind on offshore. So this is the wind potential offshore. And finally, I love this slide as well. On the left-hand side, we had the past, and on the right-hand side, we have the future. So in the past, what we had was an exploration with a certain water generation of electricity. So nature determines this. So here I have a huge flow, and here I have a low flow. And so nature determines how much electricity we're going to generate. And so we would create a dam based on what nature told us to do. And so sometimes the generation was about 600 kilometers away from where it was distributed, and it was okay. But now in that green area, we're just going to have sun and wind. And everything that we had in terms of water has already been totally explored. In the southeast region, which is in blue, I have gas, I have a little bit of hydroelectrical power plants, and I have biomass, okay? In the south, I have coal, and in the north, I have In the north, I have water, so I can generate electricity by using water. And nature says, with these signs from me, nature, you can maximize the use of the resources, generate closer to the cities, and then we can have regional auctions. It makes no sense to buy it for the lowest price. Me, as a planner, I know where I have the need for that charge, and I'm always dependent on the lowest price. I need electricity in the south, but then I won a bidding in the north. And so the transmission system would have to be extremely, extremely good. On the left, we have the past. On the right, we have the future. And Brazil is competent enough to maximize the exploration of the sources that nature has given to us. So thank you so much, because I went beyond my time a little bit. I went 5 seconds beyond my time.
Thank you, Heavy. During the debate, I'd like you to mention this issue of the regional auctions. It is a policy that you've been talk you've been talking about since last year, and also would like you to explore more this point of the hydroelectric power plants. In the plans that we have for the development, the participation of the hydroelectric plants is increasingly lower, not only because of the conflicts with indigenous people, but also because of the reservoirs. It is an issue of public policy. And also the small hydropower plants. For the Paris Agreement, it's not clear if the small power plants will participate as um, hydroelectric power plants. This is something that the agreement um, highlighted. So we need to discuss. We would like to discuss about that too. Now I would like to ask Dr. Benjamin to provide his talk. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say that it's a difficult time for people to attend to a lecture, so I would like you to make this effort to pay attention. I'm from Chile, so it's hard for me to speak slowly, but I'll try just to help you understand. I would like to thank GIZ and TCU to inviting me to participate in this event, and I will talk about some of the outcomes of the audits that we had in Chile, and also I'd like to take the chance to give my salutations to Jaime Guarello from the environment area on behalf of the whole team that did the audit. You know, our work is a work group, and at this moment I feel responsible to mention my work team during the coordinated audit. So thank you very much for TCU as well. We had a very fruitful work group, and the results are a reflection of this great work group. I would like to tell you that our audit was specifically based on the policies that were designed in the national level to promote the insertion of renewable energy, non-conventional renewable energy, in our electric matrix. It also responds to the reality that we have as a country, and it was necessary to only talk about this type of energy source, and I will explain why we had this focus. Our audit was concentrated in 3 public service entities. The Secretariat of Energy, that represents the Ministry of Energy, that takes care of the public policies and control to implement the public policies. We also incorporated to the audit the National Energy Commission. It is a very highly technical entity that is responsible to generate all the information, the scientific information in the moment of making decisions. We believe that it was a key public entity in regards to building public policies. Since the designing of the coordinated audit done by the TCU team, the audit had a very important evaluation regarding environmental policies, including the implementation of the Paris Agreement and also the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Uh, in the perspective of control, the superior um, in- institutions are really key for the work that we do. I'd like to mention the current situation of the country. Uh, you can see on the left how the physical structure is done regarding the energy distribution system in Chile. In green, you can see the geography of Chile. There's an area of the country in the color green. It is an interconnected system, and it was done in 2017, and it connects two systems, the central and the one in the north. So it allows the distribution of the energy generated in the north of the country to the center and the south. On the right hand side, we see a chart showing the amount of megawatts in another system, approximately 20,000, 24,000 megawatts. So most of the energy generated in the country is distributed in this system. In some isolated zones, it's necessary to say that we have a very complicated geography, and since the planification, the physical planification and the distribution, many challenges are shown. On the other hand, you can see on the right the composition of the energy mix. We have the data that brings attention to the national level. We have the participation of the renewable energy, the non-conventional renewable energies from solar, photovoltaic sources in about 7% of generation, with even bigger projections for insertion in the energy mix of the country. And this was the focus of the audit, coordinated audit. How did we reach this opportunity for non-conventional renewable energies in our electric matrix? To understand the process that we had as a country, it's important to show Chile in three moments in terms of composition of the electric matrix. There was a first era from the 19th century until the year 2000, which is the electric composition of the country from water, from hydro power plants. So 80% of our energy matrix was this until the year 2000. In 2003, more or less, we identified the participation of natural gas, a very important participation, and from the agreements that we had with Argentina, which brought the opportunity of opening this share of natural gas through the import from Argentina. So it brings our electric matrix diversification. So you can see during these years there was an environmental climate difficulty. We had many droughts. We had many droughts in our country, and I'm talking about the hydroelectric uh, power source. And in this case, we had a decrease in the supply for hydropower sources. So the situation that we see now, we have a large share of coal as an energy source in our electric matrix. We highlight here that the energy, the renewable energy, is not having this first line share. This chart may look complex, but we believe it's important to show you because it's a tool that we are using in our country, in Chile, for the exercise of audits, especially coordinated audits regarding the duplicity of public policies. This tool is delivered by GAO from the US, and it was interesting to do this analysis because we could demonstrate the general diagnosis that we had in our audit, our coordinated audit. So we can see the national energy policy. It is a route that we have in the country since the energy participation until 2050. In the horizontal axis, we can see the instruments that were generated in previous years. For in this left hand side in the bottom, you can see the environmental policies regarding the climate change, and also in the upper left side you can see the policies that were followed by the generation of a regulatory framework that we characterize as very robust. We have, for example, two laws that establish the generation goals with more detail. And just to conclude, with this evidence, we can verify the alignment of public policies with public policies. And it's very enriching for our analysis because generally they are more analysis for reports and with a graphic exposition of the results. It's very, very important. These are the policies in the program Energia 2050, which is fundamental for the transformation of the electric matrix in the country. We have this curve, as you can see in this chart, showing the high share of the generation of these strategic policies, national policies, that, as we saw in the morning, it was a main axis in the representing the success of the policies. We could see the creation and the implementation of these policies and with the participation of the society. The national policy shows the mid-term and long-term goals with the limit of 2035 and 2050. 70% of the energy matrix is intended to be performed by renewable energies, and also the insertion of non-conventional renewable energies. In point 7, we started to discuss that these policies are intended to interfere in the national GDP and the consumption of electricity, and then we can increase the efficiency of energy. In the case of the national goals, I want to mention the regulatory framework. I could show that as an underlining strategy of the national policies. Underlining strategies were the normative framework, which is very robust, where we show the laws and the policies for the regulatory framework of energy. And we can see that from this, we had an important development for the energy in the country. I'm going to show you the normative instruments that we have. In this case, the generation goals in the red line. You can see the goal for 2025, reaching 20% of the electric matrix with RNC. It is a goal that we already met by using wind and solar PV power. Also, TCU requested us to show the document of the law of bidding so that our solar photovoltaic energy could be more competitive. And in this graph that we saw in the morning, the curve that we see in the top shows the demand for electricity in a daily basis and the availability of solar PV energy in different times of the day. The work methodology determined was to split the day in different parts and use solar energy between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon.
Because in this time frame is when a lot of the population uses it. So this methodology can also be fed by the times, and so portions of energy that cannot be supplied by renewable sources of energy. So they're trying to fulfill this. And so in this case, we have an example you can see on the top chart. You can see this scenario and non-conventional sources of energy. In orange, we can see the possibility that the solar energy has, the potential, and the wind as well. And at the bottom, in 2018, was the last opportunity that we had to generate data and information. And so we were able to get the lowest price of energy of $7.5 per megawatt per hour. And this is a clear example that the work methodology chosen for the insertion of new sources of energy is very important and feasible. And finally, I'm going to discuss about the ancillary services or complementary services. It was impossible to show this in a chart, but they are in articles from 72 to 77 of the General Law of Electrical Services that establishes a committee to define ancillary services and their categories, okay? To see the insurance and the guarantee of the supply, and also to constantly see the reduction of the prices. And so we have many tools, we have frequency control services, we have tension control services, we have contingencies control services, and we have services to plan the recovery of services. And this is essential for us. And this is the energy panorama in Chile. And I would like to mention that Santiago in Chile has already taken part of this transformation of the cities, and the use of technology is being used all over Chile based on this premise. That's how we plan our how we're going to plan our use of clean renewable energy. And so climate change is impacting all of us, and Chile is being highly impacted by all the climate changes. And so we are also facing challenges because of the greenhouse gases and their emission. So we need to create long-term policies. We have the national policy, and we're going to see improvements, and we believe that this is pertinent, and this was shared at the right moment. Okay, thank you very much. We're trying to overcome our challenges. Thank you very much. Benjamin has just shared with us an experience from Chile that we don't have this in Brazil, which is the portfolio actions. And so there is a mix within the same product, solar energy with the batteries, and eventually any other kind of energy source that can be a part. Something that we still don't have in Brazil. And he has shared with us it was $37 per megawatt hour. And so I believe it was $20 per megawatt water only for solar energy. And I was just checking with Rodrigo. And then we can discuss this with the experience to see if this would be a good solution for Brazil. And now I would like to invite our last speaker, who is Mr. Leonardo Rocha Souza. He's from the United Nations. Thank you, Annie. First of all, I would like to thank the TCU and the GIZ for the invitation. I'm going to discuss how important the statistics and data are for energy policies. Why do we create public policies? Well, first of all, we want to improve a situation, the situation of our country. And sometimes, for instance, we have the issue of climate change caused or worsened by the use of fossil fuels. Also due to the emission of greenhouse gases, and these are caused by the use of fossil fuels. But since electricity is essential to remove people from the poverty line, the energy public policies, they have been based on two main axes. The first one is the increase of the number of renewables, and number two, the reduction of the electricity or energy efficiency. We can mention the Paris Agreement. We can mention the SDGs, SDG number 7. Sometimes these public policies, they have specific objectives. To mention the cases I have just mentioned in the Paris Agreement, the goals are very specific, even though they are nationally defined. When it comes to the 7.2.1 regarding this SDG, it is not well defined. I'm going to try to speak in my native language. The SDG is not well defined because it goes around the subjective definition of what is substantial. And the SDG 7.3.1 of energy intensity has the objective of doubling the speed compared to the basic period. So, but how can we assess the situation, if it has gotten better or not, so that the public policies can be assessed? Well, everything has to be based on evidence, measurements, and data. So it means that any kind of data is going to inform my public policy. Well, no. it's good for the data to be compared. And so it's recommended for you to follow international standards, international methodologies. And by doing that, we can add data, information from different countries to have a national idea, or regions within the same country, so that we can have the national measure. And we can compare everything, or we can replicate the best cases that we see in other countries. The Yellow Book are the international recommendations for energy statistics, and we in the statistics department of the UN, we are part of the creation of this book. We include countries, organizations. So is it only necessary to follow the international guidelines? No, not yet. It is still necessary for the statistics or the indicator to inform your public policy, and this is going to depend on several factors. The evidence must be appropriate to measure progress, and it is recommended for you to create the public policies at the same time that, how are you going to measure them? What are the data available? Is it easy or not to achieve this? A good example is, if we are going to expand rural electricity networks, and if we're going to implement renewable electricity outside the grid, what are we trying to achieve? Well, we want to expand the access to electricity, but is every kind of access the same? No. I can have an access, for instance, that I don't have enough charge to meet all of my demands, all of my needs, but a little bit is better than nothing. More is better than just a little. So in this case, it's useful to consider the multi-layer structure of the World Bank to measure the access to electricity. And then we start at tier 0, no access to electricity. Tier 1, 4 hours, it's good for one light bulb. Tier 2, 4 hours, a little bit more than a light bulb, and so on and so forth. You can see the tiers here on this slide. So if we're trying to expand rural electrification, or we can generate electricity outside the grid. We can use a structure such as this one, so that we can create public policies that are based on good information or well-informed. Something in the macro level. So the SDG 7.3.1, okay, so you have the electricity measure, the intensity of the electricity measure in terms of the primary energy and in the GDP. It's the total supply or total offer of energy that comes from energy balances. So if we disaggregate this SDG 7.3.3 per economic activity, the energy balance is not suitable any longer because it has many exceptions. And so you have the use of energy per economic activity. It's much better to use this, to use the electricity bills. And now, if we want to disaggregate per specific sector, for example, buildings, transportation, then maybe we may have to consider, maybe we're going to have to consider carrying out researches, specific researches. For example, in the transportation sector, maybe we can do a research about how much fuel they use, how many passengers they transport, etc. And for the household sector, we can have end-use researches about heating, household refrigeration, commercial refrigeration, etc. And so, based on this, we can conclude that public policies and the SDGs, they should be defined based on the data that we have available. And what happens if we don't do this? Well, this is a map that has come from the UNSD Energy Statistics Pocketbook of 2019. So this is SDG 7.3.1 regarding renewable energy. And so the darker the region or the country, the higher the index is. And which are the darkest countries? I can see Nepal because Nepal is a good example. It has a lot of hydro power, but most of the countries are inside Africa. And this high level of renewable energy is related to wood that can be explored in a non-sustainable way, and it is used for cooking with ineffective cooking techniques, and they cause pollution inside the households. And this leads to health problems, health issues. And we from the SDG7 consortium, we are the Statistics Department of the United Nations, we are the World Bank, and the World OMS, the World Health Organization. And so how can we measure this? We separate the analysis between modern energy and traditional energy, but we have two problems. One of them is that the traditional use of energy is badly defined. Secondly, it's badly measured. And so the African countries that you can see on the map, if they create public policies for the reduction of the use of wood, these data are not going to change because they're continue being estimated based on the models. And so they're not going to work out and be very useful. And so this is an example of a scheme in which we have the coordinators for the collection of energy data. Here in Brazil, we have the Ministry of Mines and Energy, the National Statistics Institute, the IBGE. We have the users of this data, so there must be coordination among these stakeholders so that we can have informational data that are going to help in the assessment and evaluation of the public policies. So there must be a lot of communication between them.
Now an example from the UK, since Joisa mentioned the climate change policy in the UK. They have a national structure of data, the National Energy Efficiency Data Framework. It was created by the Climate Change and Energy Department. The goal was to improve the use of energy, the energy efficiency in Great Britain. So they combine the data to help the creation and monitoring of public policies. So this is an example of how they structure the data. In the middle, we have a database of addresses, which is a unified reference of the addresses of the households and also non-residential buildings. Here they have the Experian database of household characteristics. On the right, you have the attributes of the property, and on the left, they have the energy, the consumption of electricity and gas. In this chart, it is a summary of the economy observed. It is in dark blue. The cavity wall isolation and the loft insulation. The cavity wall insulation decreases in 10% the consumption of energy in average. It is an average number of the economy of the people who implemented it. And the loft insulation, it's over 2% of economy. This data is important if we want to have the adhesion of the public in the energy efficiency measures. I will not invest in the thermal isolation in my house if it doesn't make sense to me. I will not invest in the energy efficiency measures if I don't know how much I will save. I'm going to skip the Brazilian example, and also I will skip the Sustainable Development Goals, and I will go straight to the conclusion. To summarize my messages is that the decision must be done based in evidence, with the purpose and comparable. And lastly, I would like to invite you all to finish this sentence. To do public policies without adequate data is like... I couldn't understand, so my suggestion is to drive drunk. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leonardo. We really like this last comparisons. All the sector, the electric sector is something, comparisons that people can understand. In my humble opinion, as a journalist, because I have the challenge of listening to technical things and try to translate them into a language that is more understandable. Now we're going to open for the debate. We received the different questions to our panelists. First, one is for Joisa and also to Rave. It's a question that we received. If the renewable energy source auctions, which is the topic of our panel, do they open space for the capturing of the auctioneer? How can we have a process that is transparent and that considers the benefits of each source without being like a quota model? I thought you were going to ask another question regarding the energy efficiency, but that's okay. I prepared the answer for that one, but no problem. Regarding the auctions, each topic, it can provide us a whole new event. I was really silent regarding the market issues, which I do not necessarily share the vision that was presented in the morning. And for the ones who know me, they know they have a different opinion. But there's an important point. Let me go back here. There's a policy that I mentioned, which is the electricity auction policy. The policy that made possible to have decreased costs and enabled a lot of investments, $50 billion investments in the conventional renewable energy from 2015 to 2019. Why am I mentioning this and related to the auctions? Here, there is an opportunity for Brazil aligning with this future. We established a model of competition by the market that allowed us to make possible the insertion of renewable energies, different types of renewable energy. Now we are facing a reform of the market that will redefine this design. We can interpret different difficulties that are included here, the reform that is in the Congress, and all the reaction regarding the regulation of the distributed generation, with an attempt to do what they call democratization, which is the consumer having the right to contract the energy. We started this process in the 90s, but we had some drawbacks because of the crisis of 2001 and 2002, the energy crisis we had at that time. We need to have an assessment to create room for a competition in the market. Before, there were actions for long-term contracts. They will still exist, but at some point we're going to create market mechanisms that are more decentralized. In this transition, we need to be clear about the energy policy objectives in the continuum time. For example, security, reliability, and supply. If this means to hire different types of technologies in different regions, let's do it. Of course, some interpretations can be done regarding the arbitrarity to choose source A or B, and it has to do with the fact that next year we're going to have the marginal costs in 7,000 nodes, and then why we're going to understand why the system is not working well, and it enables the contracting of the wrong source in the wrong place. Until that this time, we will not be able to meet the demands of contracting. We need to think of the transparency because we need to make choices. We need to be clear of the policies to identify choices that are made. But be careful. Let's not think that certain incredible mechanisms will allow us to make choices in a democratic way that will keep us away from the parameters that we have to define. Okay, let me try to explain this. We have we need to have choices. The choices can be thought of as selective, but they are necessary in a certain moment to meet some objectives. But we need to be transparent and to have appropriate ways to measure and to follow up, as Leonardo mentioned in his presentation. Havy, please, could you please talk a little bit more about the auctions, the regional auctions, if they are really a solution? Well, in this area of competitions, auctions, attributes by sources, all this model was developed and the legal framework was created based on the hydropower sources. So the Brazilian legislation considers a competition in a certain point, and then you can have the associated system. We have some variables, and they allow us to have something unusual in the world, which is a competition. The costs of the competition are even lower, increasingly lower. We have an efficiency of the distributors, and they are consequently presenting lower costs, and we have higher tariffs. So it means that something has to be done so we can have all the competition, all the price reduction that you can have in purchasing energy. It can be captured by the model, and the consumer cannot conceive this change. So when the solar energy and wind solar reaches a certain level, it must reflect in the consumers. The model that we had for the public hearings, there are some states that produce energy, and we don't understand. They don't understand why they produce energy, and they pay more expensive tariff than other states. The point is that distributors, they have technical attributions, so the design is not really taking us to the reduction of the tariff, which would be the biggest concern that we have. Regarding the model, we have some taxes, and I think everyone should participate in the zero subside campaign, because the subside takes us to inefficiency and the subsidies and also the competition. That could be enough for generation. We just need to do the pricing, and as we do the pricing, we will do bidding process for the consumer to be able to have the best prices. So the design, the auction itself, I think it's important. Now England is doing auctions now, so the world is watching Brazil, and now they are doing what we are doing. They are now the England. They also have the auctions. In my evaluation, is an effective way to hire by the lowest price. But we have a problem. I think that it's a good problem of Brazil, which is the law of offer of energy generation sources. If we don't have that, we will be like Europe, depending on a small number of sources. In our case, we just need to manage the different options of energy generations. Every time we discuss attributes by sources, and that's where the problem starts. Each source understands that they need requirements, and when they are priced, they put them in an advantage position. I usually say that when you buy a BMW, it's a 320 EI BMW, the model of the car, and after the person presents all the advantages of the car, all the features, and you say, I have a question. I need to compare it with the C180 of Mercedes-Benz. In that moment, the salesperson will tell you all the facts of the Mercedes-Benz. But and the same thing happens if you go to Mercedes-Benz. They will tell you all the bad things about the BMW car. So the same thing here. When we make public policies, we have this responsibility to take into account the electric security. We need to take into account the productive chain, and we need to be careful with the following. In a certain moment in the hydropower, we built Geral Santo Antônio and Belo Monte, 2 power plants.
And so we had to import equipment to create these hydro power plants. So we need to offer rationality. All of the sources, they need to have the opportunity, because when you have people coming to Brazil, they have to understand. And they have to consider that the best for Brazil is to have all of the sources having the same opportunity. And the 5 gigawatts that I mentioned, that is going to be necessary per year, so that we can do this in a competitive way and distribute it evenly. Because behind every source there is a socio-economic chain. And it's really difficult. For me, for instance, I can defend with knowledge all of the sources. I don't have anyone that is my favorite. They have an important role, and they must have the same opportunities. And they are companies, they are investors, there are jobs, there is income behind all of them. And regarding the regional, we come to the conclusion that the same way a company in the north is buying energy from the southeast region and paying a higher price, for me it's very, very expensive. If I have a region, the northeast region, and I have wind energy and solar energy, they have to maximize this. And I come from the northeast. I know that the generation of wind and solar energy in the northeast transforms the region in socioeconomic terms. So we have to maximize the use. But the solar and wind energy production, is that enough? No, it's not enough. Do I have hydropower enough? Yes, I have. If I don't have it, I need a component. I need to have enough. And so notice that the design is not enough. We cannot have a design of the auctions based on the lowest price, because when I only base on the lowest price, Me as a planner, I know what the system, where the system is frail. I know where we need more energy. And so how is the decision made in the market? So we are creating now, and this is an extremely personal opinion, personal opinion. We should keep it here, but the problem is it was essential for us to create a clusterized production in the state of Sergipe, in the northeast of Brazil, in Porto Açu, Barcarena, Porto Azul, and the boldness of the investor. He had a longer view of the market, and so he has a gas distribution system for the traders and also for homes. And so it was rentabilized by the first auction. Imagine now, so there is a, and so the expansion is going to have a lower price. So the first investment is usually big, but the others are only going to require a marginal investment. Okay, so I'm going to have something in Sergipe, and then I'm going to go all the way to Maranhão. So I have to verify in that region. Something else that I defend, and when I defend, some people react to this. I defend that all of the regions in Brazil should be energy independent and enough. They need to have enough. So only 2 giga are necessary to make the state of São Paulo self-sufficient. So every single state in Brazil should become self-sufficient. I cannot transfer all of the money, all of the investments to a single region. The northeast region of Brazil, during the drought season, it exports energy to the southeast, but imports potency. Northeast imports energy and exports potency. And so now it is importing energy. So, sorry, it is exporting energy and importing potency. And so this is the moment where the system is at its maximum limit. And during this period, we have fires, and we have atmospheric discharges, and we have destruction. And so the region is totally vulnerable. When I have a source of potence and a source that can offer sustainability to the region and self-sufficiency to the region. And so this planning is leading to an electrical stability, and I need to plan well. And we have other sources. If we had continued with the hydropower plants, okay, but now I have solar, I have wind production and biomass in the southeast and solar and wind in the northeast, and I'm only going to maximize that if they're going to compete there, because I can have charcoal depending on the auction. I have coal in the south or charcoal in the south that is going to transfer energy to the northeast, and then the northeast is going to sell to the south. I don't need that. And in terms of predictability, we have established the dates of the auctions for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And so the schedule in 2019 was the same as in 2018. But in the 2020 and 2021 actions, they are going to have improvements based on the strategy that we are presenting to you. Dr. Joisa, isn't this a break of how the system and how the model works now, the model that was established in 2004? No, not really. The Secretary's proposal does not mean a break. It would be a parametrization of the auction. Some of the auctions that we had and that were carried out until now, they are technologically neutral, and some of them were not. And so what is being discussed here is that maybe there are other mechanisms so that we can hire companies based on the specificities of the regions. And my main point is There are no problems in making choices as long as it is clear for us what are the fundamentals and the basis, and so that we can follow them up. Sometimes the choices are clear and we can follow them up, and other times the choices we think that they are neutral, but behind them there are so many parameters, so much discretion that so when we attended the auctions after 2005, the components of the ICB said that there is a certain preference for certain kinds of technology. So it's useless for us to be naive and think that there are mechanisms that free us from making political choices. No. Some choices are more transparent, some choices are less transparent. Some can be followed up closely and others followed up not so closely. But we have to make choices. We have to make choices. And so the political sector must make the decision so that we can diminish the costs and so we can mobilize capital and make our system more modernized. Now I'm going to throw the questions to this side of the panel. And so as Dr. Joiza mentioned, we're talking about the choices. So we have some questions about how can we truly measure the impact of these choices. So are there mechanisms to measure and to show, as Dr. Havey mentioned, to invest a lot in wind farms or solar panel farms? Is this going to bring development to a region? Should we do that? Thank you. Well, so you do not want me to tell the regions how to decide, yeah? Because each region has their own specificity. What I defend is the use of international standards so that you can measure, so that you can make your decisions based on lots and lots of information and evidence. And whenever deciding, you have to decide what can be measured, if it's going to be necessary to carry out more researches, how it's going to measure. And so you have to make your decisions based on evidence. I don't have a data platform to offer to you. My point is the opposite of this, that each case is a case. It has been decided case by case, and it has been measured in an appropriate way. I cannot get a measurement system that exists and apply it to all the cases. We have to analyze the best cases. We have to use the international standards. We have to determine if the international standards can be replicated, and we have to have each case study separately. So my question for Benjamin, this auction style that you have in Chile based on portfolios, do you think you would be able to use this in Brazil? And what kind of consequences did this modality of auctions have in the impact on the prices? What was the impact on the prices? And so the applicability in Brazil is a personal opinion, because there are many, many variables, and the conditions is that you have to study case by case, and to implement a policy of this nature, studies would have to be made. Now, using the example of Chile, we observe that there are elements in the electrical sector of external control that we do with that is done by the SAIs. And so the responsibilities must be defined very clearly. Who are the people who are going to create the public policies? Who is going to monitor the implementation of these public policies? And also the energy sector in the country There are certain elements that are highly technical and they support the decision-making process. And we have to analyze this minute after minute. I would like to emphasize we had the opportunity to develop, for instance, we have the National Electrical Coordinator, and they have a close relationship with the public sector, and their job is to create and to collect information, to determine bills of law, and to promote questionnaires and surveys and researches. And they can propose public policies, they can propose the design of public policies that are internationally accepted. And this is an example that we have in Chile. And so this capacity in Brazil is highly developed. And there is no doubt in my mind that in the region, Brazil's model is very good. And in Chile, and maybe we can have, maybe you guys can learn from some things that we did in Chile. Maybe you could use our best practices. And so some things help develop the market. And so mainly, we need private stakeholders in the game. And so by law, in Chile, the participation of the private sector is flexible. And so the private company must promote benefits in their participation in the game, and they must have advantages in the investments that they make. And also the civil society can participate, and so they can participate in the electrical sector. And I would also like to emphasize this. And we are going through a civil unrest now. And citizens should be able to participate in the decisions, the most important decisions of a nation. And because things change all the time, and the electrical sector is totally conditioned, mainly in this transitional phase, okay? Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up. We have received many questions. Unfortunately, we were not able to answer all of them. There was a first question that was placed here, and it's very interesting. So the question is, so is the labeling generating extra costs for the consumers who cannot buy the most efficient electrical devices? And so the energy policies, they are huge. You can invest in the refrigeration sector, transportation. There is a focus on the users, and I can change my behavior. This is something that people have received a Nobel Prize, and the last Nobel Prize was awarded now, and it can be by the exchange of buy new electrical appliances. And so there's not going to be an increase in the prices or in the cost. There's not going to be an increase in the cost for those who buy the less efficient electrical appliances. But this does not mean that there's going to be a difference in price. So the energy efficiency is to diminish the cost of the system as a whole. And something that Secretary Have mentioned, the challenge presented for the reduction of subsidies. And so there is an ordinance from 2018 that tried to diminish the number of subsidies in the electricity tariffs. And so this was applied to the water and sewage companies. So there was a reaction in the National Congress saying that this is going to increase the prices for the distribution of water to our consumers. And they were trying to stop the reduction of the subsidies. As it was suggested, it would mean an average increase in the tariffs of 1% for the consumers. On the other hand, if it came with a requisite of an increase of the energy efficiency of these companies that are very inefficient, it would be able to compensate this, and the consumer would not suffer any impact. So every time we design a policy, we have to follow them with transition measures, transition actions, okay, so that the consumer is not going to be harmed. And we have to change the focus from the distribution to the efficiency gains that come from virtuous policies. And this is a key to overcome many of the challenges that we are facing in the energy sector. So each one of you now has 3 minutes to give your final remarks. Since we were not able to answer all the questions, so maybe if I can make a suggestion, Mr. Have, I would like you to talk a little bit about the distributed energy. And this was very controversial. And I would like to know if you, the way that the policy is now, if it's not effectively punishing the poorest parts of our population. This is a very important topic. That's why it's being discussed deeply. I agree that the rules have to be clear. They have to be stable. Joisa mentioned something. So if you're going to change anything, this change must have transition rules. But what becomes very, very clear is that we must verify who should pay the bill, who should foot the bill. Those who are using. We cannot transfer the bill to another stakeholder or player. Those who don't have the conditions to pay the electricity bill because the bill becomes too expensive. And we need initiatives. I'm going to tell another story. It's reasonable for us to encourage the use of electric cars in Brazil. This is essential because you're going to implement innovation, you're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe somebody's going to be creative, and at the national level, we can reduce the import taxes, and then the federal government is going to allow this, and these cars are going to become more competitive and cheaper. And what would be the contribution of the state government? The state government can simply make the electrical vehicles not to pay the vehicle tax that we have in Brazil that is called IPVA. And then the Secretary of Finance is going to say, we were counting on this tax collection of this vehicle tax because we have healthcare costs, we have educational costs, we have security, public security costs, and others. And so we can increase the vehicle tax of those. From the economic perspective, okay, so everything is meeting. The calculations are the same. So I am going to buy an electric car, but I can't afford an electric car. So how can we encourage? How can we respect the contracts that have already been signed? We cannot breach contracts. The contracts already exist, but from now on, I believe that this discussion is very important, and I'm going to ask my colleagues from ANEL, the Electrical Sector Regulatory Agency, And so you cannot go backwards, because if you go backwards, you're going to generate instability. And so we need to transfer the cost to those who benefit from it. I cannot pay the bills or pay the cost of those who generated it. I cannot do that. And so we are now in the final remarks, and so I have a question for Benjamin. So do you believe in the total decarbonization of your country in Chile? So we know that renewables grew a lot in Chile, but you still have a lot of the presence of coal and charcoal. Do you believe that the total decarbonization is a way ahead for Chile? And so we have the Comptroller's Office, and so regarding the decarbonization, we have to ask our citizens. We have to ask our citizens. And this is related to the implementation of policies, the development policies of Chile. And last year, there was a conclusion of the negotiations, and many conflicts arose from the stakeholders that took part in it. And so the negotiations haven't been concluded yet, but all of them, they want to advance when it comes to this. But there is a projection that we can do, and we can offer assistance to our industry and factories. And so there are challenges because we cannot change everything overnight, yes? And so we are trying to have 100% of decarbonization. It would be a utopia. And so unfortunately, and so charcoal and coal, they are reliable. We can have electricity from charcoal and coal that is reliable, and changing everything to renewables would be very, very difficult to do this immediately. So Mr. Leonardo, are there statistics to measure the level of innovation in a country?
If there is a statistic to measure the innovation degree, you need to define innovation. As far as I know, in the international scope, there isn't, but maybe there are institutes that have proposals to do that. I don't have any information about this. Regarding the final considerations, if there is an information that is important for the decision process of the public policies in terms of transparency. There was a program of Abava, one solar in each home. They were trying to have subsidies, and they gave it as a statistics. The energy captured from the sun, that was 800 kilowatt water per year per square meter of installed collector. The Ministry of Energy and Mining Energy did a study that reached 100 kilowatt water hour by square meter per year. If we announce a number that is 8 times bigger, we can have a bigger adherence of the public. But in the end of the day, when the public realizes they're not really saving that much of energy, it's like sabotaging yourself. So the statistics must be easy to understand, to bring transparency to the process, and so that it can enable the discussion in facts and not ideas. And now, Dr. Joisa, your final consideration. You had different questions to you, but you have many different interest topics. So I'll leave the final remarks free for you. I think that this discussion that you brought is the most present that we have today. I think Rodrigo Olimpio, the rapporteur, he was going to be participating in the next panel. And that, as you reported, the Secretary Have and myself, we were directors. And I don't remember in 20 years of the agency having experienced such degree of popularity of the debate as we see in the area of the reform of regulation for the small distributed generation. Even having requests for this issue to be beyond our agency, and even the request for policies in the Congress. I would say that it is a manifestation of the need that we have to advance in a reform. That's what we are talking about. And maybe we need to be clear on what is the objective, on how to allocate costs. I really like the quote that the Secretary brings to us. The costs must be allocated to the beneficiaries and not costs to the one that caused the costs. So the base economic is the beneficiary based. And in that sense, the engagement that we see today is very important. Here, which I think we tried in different ways to talk about the importance of bringing lessons of policies to tackle the choices. In this case, the example of sanitation that I brought to you, it's a way of intersectorial relationship will be much more frequent from now on. The electric sector, as it advances in the frontiers and its relationship in the point of view of regulation and legislation, has to be better articulated. So this is the challenge for us. We need to find lessons, try to understand how to achieve important solutions, and having appropriate instruments to measure the reach of the objectives agreed. For example, a very simple policy that was adopted in India. A part of the population that is richer, they would have subsidies of GLP, of the natural gas. So there was a policy that was known by the hashtag Give It Up, and these rich Indians, they said they wouldn't want the subsidies anymore. So we need to modernize the sector. This industry is a transformation vector beyond the frontiers of the sector. It can bring gains through modernization, technological innovation, efficiency gains, and if we do not use them, we will just increase the gap that keeps us away from developed nations. This past decade was unfortunate in terms of economic growth, and so we need to think of modernization of the sector to have a better decade. And the renewable energy is a vector in this direction to deepen a vocation that we already developed. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. We are out of time, but I thank you for the ones who sent the questions. Thank you very much, Joisa, Dr. Have, Benjamin, and Leonardo. And also thank you, TCU, for the opportunity to participate in this debate and to bring this discussion to you. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the participation of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we'd like to invite to provide the talk audit in sustainable Energy, the representative of the Working Group of Environmental Auditing, Mr. Abdel Harifa.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Bonjour tout le monde. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I would like to say that it's a great honor and a big pleasure to be among you today to participate in this great event on renewable energy. And for that, I would like also to present my sincere thanks to the President of the TCO for inviting the INTOSAI Working Group of Environment Auditing to share with you the result of his study on the renewable energy auditing. Since it starts, the working group has always attached a particular importance to sustainable energy issue. So in this perspective, several initiatives have been taken to prepare guides and conduct research on the issue of auditing sustainable energy, including renewable energy. And the last initiative dates back to 2014, when WGA decided to conduct a study about the approaches and practices adopted by SEAs to audit renewable energy. This study, which is the focus of my presentation today, was published in 2016 under the title Renewable Energy Auditing. To highlight the major result of the study, I will try to follow up a plan consisting of 4 axes. Why is renewable energy important for WGA community? ECAs and renewable energy, what roles? An overview of the study in terms of objective, scope, and methodology. The key finding and other topic will be exposed in the 4th and the last axis. To answer the question of why is renewable energy important for ECAs, WGA considered that there are 6 main considerations that make renewable energy an interesting area to audit. First, renewable energy is an emerging priority for government around the world. Every year, new countries are joining the vision of renewable energy with the very promising policies and strategy. Second, renewable energy is closely related to the issue of reinforcing the energy security and helps government to reduce the dependency of country on energy imports. Renewable energy have also a much lower environmental impact than conventional energy. At the economic level, renewable energy helps to boost local economies, and it's considered actually as the fastest growing industry around the world. Also, renewable energy investment creates local jobs. According to the International Agency for Renewable Energy, the sector currently employs more than 11 million jobs and creates more than 600,000 new jobs each year. And as a last consideration, renewable energy is a risky investment given the size and potential of the programs and projects implemented by governments and agencies. But what are the roles that can be played by supreme audit institutions to help government promote renewable energy? In fact, ECAs are invited to play a triple role in assisting government to promote the field of renewable energy. The first role is the assessment of the national frameworks and government policies related to the renewable energy. The second role is to conduct performance audits that examine the economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and environment dimension of programs and or projects implemented to develop renewable energy. While the third role, which is a recent rule provided by the SI number 5130, is to monitor the implementation of national strategy and progress made for the development of renewable energy. And as I said before, at the beginning of the presentation, the study on renewable energy auditing was scheduled in the 2016 work plan. It has been collated by the Moroccan SEA and the Indonesian one. 65 SEAs responded to the survey questionnaire, which covered a 10-year period from 2005 to 2015. The paper consists of 81 pages and contains 12 case studies. As objective, the study aimed to help SEAs seeking to review their government energy policies by satisfying a double objective. Firstly, providing comprehensive data and information on renewable energy, including information about government policies and funding for effective technology development. And secondly, providing information regarding renewable energy audit topics and case study of best practice in this field. In order to achieve the study, the adopted methodology is based on the following steps. First, we started with a literature review of academic research and report published by some international organizations such as United Nations, World Bank, the OECD, and the International Agency of Renewable Energy. Then, we conducted a survey through a questionnaire sent to 55 SEAs belonging to the WGA community. We also used more than 14 audit reports available in the WGA database to analyze practices and trends. And for further information, we held several workshops during the WGA meeting, and we also organized discussion panel with some Moroccan experts. In terms of results, the study showed very significant and interesting results. 24 SEAs from 65, which means 37% indicate that they had conducted audits on renewable energy. The 24 SEAs published together 36 audit reports during the 2005-2015 period. 72% of the reports have been published over the past 4 years. This new trend confirmed that the auditing of renewable energy begins gradually to become a full emerging issue for the different SEAs questioned. Almost two-thirds of these reports were published by the SEAs of the North Europe countries like Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and the SEAs of North America, mainly USA and Canada. Almost each country has published at least 2 reports during this period. The majority of SEAs has adopted performance audit, and only 3 SEAs have made the choice of the compliance audit. The general trend toward performance audit is explained by the fact that the SEAs want to have a broader view based on the assessment of the 5 E's: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, environment, and ethic dimension of politics and programs related to the renewable energy. The table displayed on the slide shows a summary of all results I just spoke about. And by analyzing SEA's report and report summaries available at the WGA database, 4 major audit topics have been identified. The topic of the public policy on the use of renewable energy potential, the topic of the efficiency and effectiveness of measures to promote production and consumption energy from renewable energy, the topic of the relevance of public programs and the project on renewable energy, and the topics that make the links between the use of renewable energy impact and the climate change plan. The most audited topic is the public policy on the use of the renewable energy research potential. 10 audit reports were identified in this framework. Through these topics, the SEAs aim to examine and assess the global framework related to the exploitation of opportunities offered by the renewable energy. The main example that we can mention are the report published by the SEA of Lithuania about the use of renewable energy sources potential, and the report published by the SEA of Poland in 2013 on the development and use of renewable energy energy resources. Regarding of the topics of the efficiency and effectiveness of measures to promote public production and consumption of renewable energy, the purpose is to analyze gaps between expectation and achievement for national strategies and programs. 9 cases were identified. The example of audit report related to these topics are the reports made by SEA of Norway in 2014 about the renewable energy licensing, and the reports made by SEA of USA about wind energy. Additional action could help ensure effective use of federal financial support. For the topic of the relevance of public programs and projects, the objective is to evaluate whether the audited programs and projects were implemented and provided results as planned, and whether they attained their target. 3 audit reports were identified in this regard. Administration of renewable demonstration programs made by Australian Supreme Audit Institution, auditing of Golden Sun engineering project made by the SEA of China, and the report published by the European Court of Auditor about cohesion policy fund support to renewable energy generation has achieved good results. The 4th topic is interested in the question of linking the use of renewable energy impact and climate change plan. In other words, how well renewable energy projects do in fact meet the necessary requirement established by the National Climate Change Plan. 4 cases were identified in this direction. And this is the case for the report on the support for energy and climate technology published by the SEA of Ireland in 2011, and the report of the biofuels for a better climate, how is the tax relief used, published by the SEA of Sweden in 2011. To conclude this presentation, I want to say that renewable energy is gradually and progressively becoming year after year an emergent audit issue for SEAs around the world. And through their audit and evaluation function, SEAs have a central position in the landscape of the institution responsible for the success of policies and renewable energy projects. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Senhoras e senhores, faremos agora um breve intervalo. Retomaremos a programação do seminário dentro de 10 minutos. Senhoras e senhores, em 5 minutos daremos continuidade ao conteúdo programático do seminário.
In 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with this afternoon session. Thank you. Please take your seats.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
que retornem ao seu
please
assento
take your
para a
seats
nossa
once
sessão
again
seminário.
so that we can continue today's seminar.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue this afternoon seminar with a panel, Challenges and Opportunities so that we can modernize the electrical sector. We would like to invite to be the moderator, Justice Benjamin Zimler from the TCU. So the name of this panel is Challenges and Opportunities for the Modernization of the Electrical Sector. And so we have Mr. Rodrigo Limpe Nascimento, is a representative from ANEL. He's going to talk about the regulatory challenges for energy transition in Brazil. And now we have the country manager of ANEL, Mr. Nicola Cotugno, perspectives for the future of distribution, and also Mr. Diogo Mac Corde de Faria. He is the Secretary of Infrastructure Development at the Ministry of the Economy. And you can ask your questions via the website www.menti.com, and the code that you can use is 745227. I would like to pass the floor to Justice Benjamin Zimler. Translation apologizes, his microphone is not working. Just a second. Oh, now it's better. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the members of this panel. They have given us the pleasure to talk about such an important topic that is interesting for the Federal Court of Accounts, for the TCU. After 2019, when we had the result of a coordinated auditing that involved countries from Latin America and from the Caribbean, and they discussed renewable energy and also the electrical sectors in their countries. Our panel is going to discuss the challenges and the opportunities for the modernization of the electric sector. And we're going to have Mr. Rodrigo Limpe Nascimento from ANEL, Mr. Marx Lima, the CEO of Enel, and Mr. Diogo Mac Corde de Faria. He is the Secretary of Infrastructure Development at the Ministry of the Economy. They are experts on the topic. They come from the regulatory sector, the private sector. They are going to present to us different perspectives. Diogo is an engineer. And the issues that we're going to discuss, they have already been discussed by the other panels. And so we have already been discussing this, to discuss the reduction of the prices of renewable energy. And we have to discuss the other kinds of energy. So most of our matrix is based on hydropower, but there is already a growth of the renewables here in Brazil. And we have been having a gigantic growth of the capacity in Brazil. Wind is 2.2 gigawatts, and now it's 13.3 gigawatts. And the solar energy went from 5 gigawatts to 1,749 gigawatts. So as you can see, there was an exponential growth of the use of this kind of energy. But this obviously brings with it consequences, and they are going to be debated here. One of the main consequences was already being discussed, which is the death spiral. And so the subsidies and favors that are given to the small producers of solar energy. And so ANEL has been promoting and organizing many public consultations. And so I used to work in the planning department of the transmission of electricity. And so my son is still working in this sector, and he's facing a huge challenge, Dr. Diogo, which is the simulation of stability flow of the transmission lines with solar energy and wind energy. So the computer models that simulate the transmission lines, the generation lines, they are not adequate to give to the ONS an adequate forecasting of the flow that goes through the lines. And we're talking about short run planning. And so the ONS is trying to create models that can replicate and reproduce the solar and wind energy. But the crossed subsidies that come from the distributed energy is going to be discussed. It's necessary to improve the legal framework, the institutional framework. And so the result of our auditing brings about and brings with it many data about Brazil and many countries in Latin America. We have the distribution, and we have a representative from Enel. And so I asked Dr. Max about the existence of an app on Android phones and iPhones so that consumers can control their own consumption. And he was trying to evolve with a measurement, and he's going to discuss this. And there are many other challenges, and so I'm not going to use time because of the time of the panelists. And so I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Rodrigo Limpe Nascimento from the National Electrical Energy Agency. Good afternoon, Justice Benjamin. I would like to greet the other panelists, Dr. Max, Dr. Diogo, representatives from the TCU, from ANEL. It's wonderful to be here discussing such an important topics regarding the modernization of our sector. The clicker, please. I only created a few slides so that we can contextualize our discussion today. And so this first slide here is to introduce to you that the electric sector in Brazil has been undergoing transformation. So in the past, it used to be well behaved. You had the generation, the distribution, and the transmission. And this has been changing, and it's going to change even more because of the distributed generation. And the minister mentioned that the smart grids, they are being developed. The Enel corporation has long experience in this in Italy. The electric vehicles that are going to come into the grid, into our matrix in a meaningful way, and also the smart grids, and also the energy storage facilities. And they are still incipient, but there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to play an important role in the electric sector. And this is going to impact the distribution sector and also the electricity consumer or customer, because they're going to have a higher participation in the production and also in the demand. And also the app, as the Justice has just mentioned, Justice Benjamin. And also the intermittent sources, they generate challenges to operate the system. And so in order to be able to ensure the entrance of these intermittent sources creates a new challenge, and there are many benefits from the intermittent sources. And so our matrix is going to be more and more renewable. What is the role of the regulator in all this? The transformation of the grid is unavoidable. We don't know when or how, but it's going to happen. And ANEL's role has to be a facilitator, so that these new technologies are going to bring about facilities to the sector and to the consumers. And we are discussing this at the agency. So the distributed generation, it has to continue growing in a balanced way, including all of the players. What are the main trends in our sector? We have the empowerment of our customers. They're going to have a more active participation, a higher sustainability of the matrix, because our society requires a more and more renewable matrix. Fortunately, Brazil already has a highly renewable matrix due to the hydropower plants. We can build new hydropower plants with large reservoirs, and so we haven't been able to advance in some issues, but we have been advancing with biomass, wind, and solar energy. And we have the greatest potential in the world. And we want to change into a more and more competitive environment. Our society is demanding more efficiency, more competitiveness in the sector, so that we can have a more free market. And this is being discussed at the Parliament, at the National Congress, at the Senate, at the federal government. And we need to have a more competitive environment, but it needs to be balanced. And our consumers need to have freedom. And we want to give to them benefits. We do not want to have a death spiral, okay? So the migration to the free market has to happen for the right reasons, because there's more competitiveness, there's more efficiency. But we don't want the clients of the companies to pay all the bill. And so this is the creation of regulatory acts and laws. So we have a regulatory agenda, and we are going to approve all of the topics that are going to be discussed by ANEL. and this increases the predictability level and to prepare the market for the changes that will come. And so we have the regulatory impact analysis, which is the AIR. We started doing this in 2012. And since 2017, we have been doing this in a continuous way. And this is bringing benefits to the regulatory process. And now we have the regulatory result analysis, the ARR. And so we wanted to analyze the benefits for the distribution sector, and we are created one about the tariff flags, the tariff tiers, tariff flags. And so if a certain company hasn't achieved the goals, how can we help them out? And this is what we have already done in terms of transformations of the sector. We have created many regulations, yes? Recharging electric vehicles, electronic meters, micro and mini distributed generation, prepaid system, retail trading or commercialization, our seasonal tariffs, geographic information systems. And so all of these regulations, you can see their numbers and the year they were created on the left-hand side. And the improvements are on the right. We had a huge improvement in 2015, and we have improved the distributed generation. And up until the end of 2019, we are going to amend this, and this is what we are discussing now. Since we are discussing the distributed generation, this is a compensation system in which the consumer produces his or her own electricity, and whatever he does not consume or she does not consume, they give it back to the grid. And they share in the grid whenever there is low production of electricity. So we have local production on the rooftop that is practiced all over the world, and we also have remote production. Even though this is not common in other countries, in some places we have the remote production of electricity. From 2015 up until now, the growth has been significant. And so the main factor was the reduction in the price for achieving solar panels, and also the change in the tax laws, fiscal and tax laws, okay? So the tax over merchandise and services diminished so that people could start producing them individually. We sell about 300 generators a day, and this is a very robust growth. We have 1.7 of gigawatts installed, And so it has 137,747 generators. And this is very little if we consider all of the consumers that we have, about 210 million inhabitants plus the companies. 83 million consumers. And so this is the distributed generation, micro and mini generation. And we collected these data recently. And so in 2019, it didn't grow more, only compared to the hydropower plants, okay? So each generator in Belo Monte, the new hydropower plant, is gigantic. And so the mini generation has grown more than the wind source in 2018, then the centralized solar, twice as much. And so we have had robust growth of the micro and mini distributed generation. So why do we need to improve the rules? This proposal is based on three main pillars. The first one, efficiency in the allocation of costs. And so using what was discussed in the previous panel, we have to allocate the cost on the beneficiaries or on those that cause it. And so this is a more efficient way of allocating the costs. And so the payment of taxes And this is part of the modernization of the system, allocation of costs. Avoid the transfer of these costs to the other consumers. And so sometimes we transfer the cost to the consumers that do not have the distributed generation. And the other pillar, in order for us to achieve a sustainable growth and a balanced growth of the market. So distributed generation is going to continue growing, and this is good because it brings with it many benefits. It generates jobs, it creates jobs, we avoid waste, and we also bring with it environmental benefits, the reduction of carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. And so to avoid the transfer cost to the other consumers. How much does this cost to the consumers that do not have a distributed generation? And so in 2018 was 205 million reais, in 2021 1 billion reais, and so in 2027 we're going to have 4 billion reais. And so 4 billion reais is not so representative, but what does this mean in the electric sector? Just data for you to compare. So the social tariff for low-income families that offers discounts to those that come from low-income families. And so we benefit about 9 million families. It costs 2.3 billion reais. And in the Northeast, it costs 1 billion reais. 1 billion reais. And so if nothing is done, the distributed generation model is going to cost for the other consumers the same value of the social tariff in the Northeast. That's a discussion we're having now. Is it important to keep the model like this with the benefits that it has? And there are costs. And this point we have to discuss with our society. We presented a proposal in our public hearing. And we have identified the points that we have to improve and we have to move forward, but we are open to all of the other contributions so that we can improve our proposal. Now, regarding the growth of the distributed generation, even with the alterations, the distributed generation, the DG, is going to continue growing, and I believe we're going to overcome 12 gigabytes by 2030. And bear in mind that one of the premises for any regulatory change is respect all the contracts that have already been signed, respect all the investors. So the changes are only going to be valid for the new micro and mini generators. So those who sign contracts based on the old legislation, they are going to remain like that. And so the rules are going to be valid until 2030. We have been debating this, but we have received suggestions and recommendations that this would impact the legal security of the investments. And just to wrap up, within this context of changes, transformations, innovations, technological changes. And so I got the sentence from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, the same gentleman who wrote The Little Prince. Your task is not to foresee the future, but to allow it to exist, to allow it to bring benefits to all of your society. And so I believe I went over my time, but thank you so much for your attention.
So just to correct the title of Dr. Diogo, I was mistaken. He's a master. He has a master's degree in public administration from Harvard School. And now I'm going to hand the floor to Dr. Max, who is going to provide information regarding the point of view of the distributor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. would like to greet all my colleagues in the panel, everyone who is present. It is a great satisfaction and honor to be present in this panel to discuss important topics: the modernization of the electric power sector, and the opportunities and challenges that it brings along with itself. It is a sector of intensive capital and large maturation, and it has the tradition of planning priorly. The changes must happen very carefully, as quick changes can compromise future investments. So in line with this, and looking at the topic of our panel, which is opportunities of modernization, the challenges that are put on the table for us, I'd like to show you the vision of the group Enel. It is a group that is present in 34 countries, working in the 5 segments of the electricity industry, that is generation, commercialization, distribution, and other applications and facilities. And so we have 73 million users around the world, the total capacity, installed capacity of 86 gigawatts. We have the distributed energy of 445 terawatts hour. In Brazil, Enel has been here for about 6 years, working in the 5 segments: generation, transmission, distribution, commercialization, and other applications. In these 6 years, Enel became a leader in distribution and renewable energy. Today we have 4 concession areas for distribution. The latest procurement is the company that I am a president. That was the former Eletropaulo. We reached 17.3 million clients, and we are a leader in distribution. In the segment of renewable energy, we have almost 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy in operation and 2,000 in implementation. And today, our world CAO, Mr. Francisco, announced more 5.4 gigawatts in investments in renewable energy in Brazil for the next 3 years, which means 2021, 22, and 23. So it's really a relevant decision to consolidate the work of Enel in Brazil. Also, it's noteworthy that we want to have the transmission and the interconnection between Brazil and Argentina. We are the controllers of CIEN, that has a capacity of 2,200 megawatts, interconnecting Brazil and Argentina. How do we see the energy transition? What is the vision of Enel regarding this topic? I will expose the macro topics for you, and then we can go deeper in the Q&A session. Enel is guided by the principle of urbanization, so an increasingly bigger amount of people in the urban areas. We look for the centers, the urban centers, to work at and have our improvements. Also, digitalization. We are going to see everything that is happening here in Brazil. Our company, Enel Distribuição São Paulo, believes that we can use the electricity in the concept of renewable energy in the search for decarbonization. This set of convergent aspects provides a new business paradigm, a new business reality that is distinctive from the one that we observed in the past 3 decades. We are in a transition to this new business paradigm. This energy transition, in our vision, brings new landmarks. Filterability. We can talk about the smart meters. They are really key to this process, especially when we talk about the e-home and the benefits that can be brought by the grid. The concept of prosumer, the consumer that has a dual character. He is not only charged, but is once charged and once he's a source, because he will generate energy in his home from the solar panels or in the residential building by gas production. Also, the regulatory frameworks, they must be flexible and they should quickly adapt to this set of changes so that we can bring the advantages of the modernization as a whole. Another important drive is the transformation of the network, of the grid, the digitalization of the grid, the strong automation, which is the sensoring of the grid, and data mining. We have more and more information of the clients of the grid, and this set of things, this set of data treated smartly can optimize the processes. Also, the engagement of the clients, as the director of ANEL mentioned, Mr. Rodrigo Limp, that the clients are really much demanding and empowered, and their level of tolerance and the demand of the response time is very little. So the time for response should be really quick. We have a multi-channel digital channel. The children today, for example, my son, he's 11 years old and he has a series of channels and he communicates in all ways. And interaction with artificial intelligence, this is something that is here to stay, and it potentializes the crowd working. And the innovative resilience, which regards the grid monitoring. As Rodrigo mentioned, the power flows are not only unidirectional, and they are not only in the function of the time variable. They are multi-variable, they are intraday, and speaking as a electricity engineer, the countings should be parameterized throughout the day to check the power volumes and the advanced sensoring of the grid. So it means that the future has arrived. I am 57 years old and I saw the backlit telephone and the vinyl long plays. And today I do many things through my smartphone. The vinyl was substituted by Spotify, the typewriter was substituted by the computer, and the generation was added by the renewable generation, centralized or distributed. And now we have the smart meter. In the 80s, we moved from the analog meter to the digital meter, and now we have the electronic meter with telemetrics. And this element, the smart meter, is the key for a great part of the success of the digitalization, because it will enable the interface between the final consumer and the grid, with benefits for the three parts: for the consumer, for the grid, and for the concessionary. For the consumer will be able to choose the tariff, of course, if they have the hour seasonal tariff that is compatible to the reality, and Brazil is lagging behind on this. I remember in the 80s I participated in the measuring campaigns and the typology of the charge and the calculation of the marginal costs to define the seasonal of Group A, seasonal tariff of Group A. In the next year, we were going to do the yellow seasonal tariff, and until today, it hasn't evolved appropriately. And we have to do it because the Internet of Things is coming, and when it happens, the washing machine will be able to see the tariff of the regulatory agency, and the machine will decide the best time to wash your clothes. So the consumer will be able to do the prepayment. The low-income citizen that receives the minimum wage will produce energy 1 month or 1 week ahead. They will choose between electricity for his shower or for the beer. Uh, Also, the response for the price in a rational price curve, you will be able to optimize the system. And the distributor will be able to have more productivity. I will not need to have an electricity technician to go and cut the electricity in the person's house. I will not need to send an electrician to evaluate if the consumer has is in a practicing some kind of fraud or stealing electricity. I will have a better assertivity degree. So this technology exists already. Enel has 15 million smart meters spread among the 73 million clients around the world. Brazil is behind on that compared to Europe and East Asia and even South America. For example, Chile and Colombia are more advanced in that matter compared to Brazil. And this set of functionalities that you can see in this list are really key. And for this, we really need to advance in that sense, in the point of view, in the regulatory point of view, and in the business point of view, so that we can quickly measure the advantages of the digitalization in what regards the smart meters. Regarding the competition, we're going to have a quantum leap in the commercialization of energy. We are expecting to have 190,000 free consumers by 2026. So we are going to go from 30% that we have today to reach a very significant percentage in the future. So what we obtained in the past for the telephone use, we're going to have the same thing for the consumption of energy. People argue if it's bad for distribution companies, and we don't think so. We just want to be a mean for this to happen. There are new technologies on their way for the industry, for electric mobility, for the cities, such as the smart lighting, energy efficiency, connectivity, and for the households with everything that I mentioned previously. So it's a convergence of technologies in which the digitalized grid with sensors, with automation, and using AI will face this future challenge. The electric mobility is a technological reality. It just needs to gain scale, and it will have strong impacts even in the way how to operate a distribution electric system. Today, we only have the static charge that varies in the function of time. In the future, when the electric mobility reaches the percentage of 15-20% of distribution charge, the behavior will be completely different because the static charge that we have today will be dynamic. It will be in the parking lot of my home, or in the parking lot of my office, or in the parking lot of a shopping mall, or even on the road in a concession area that's neighbor to mine. And plus, this charge will have a dual character. One, it will be at some point charge, in other moments source. It will be able to produce energy as well. So all the concepts of operating an electric system will change. And for us, in Enel São Paulo, in our distributor, it is a permanent reason for analysis. we know that the electric mobility will start in São Paulo. It's where things will happen first. Nobody doubts that. We have 24 municipalities in our grid, but 10.3% of all the electricity distributed in Brazil. So it's a large concentration of people and a concentration of charge. It's where the technologies will be starting to put into use massively. Enel has been a motivator through a company, one of their companies called Enel X. You can see these buses. It's a part of a partnership between the government of Chile. It's the city that has the city with the second biggest fleet of e-buses or electronic buses. So the electric mobility will start from the public transportation, and then it will go to the urban cargo vehicles, and then the small vehicles. So our company has worked very strongly in that sense. The electric buses, as I mentioned, the public recharge, all this will need to have a grid built for that sense, and it will have an impact on how to operate and in the demand that will circle on the system. Also, the energy transition for generation. We can see a quantum leap in the generation of renewable sources. We can see the green curve and the red curve and the blue curve for the red one for solar and the blue one for wind generation. Today we have 15 gigawatts in operation of wind generation, and we estimate 26 gigawatts for 2027.
And as I mentioned before, Enel is a very important player in the market in renewable generation, in the generation of renewables. We all have almost 3 gigawatts in installed capacity and almost 2 gigawatts in construction, okay? And so for the 3 years, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the flexibility of hydro reservoirs. This is a controversial topic. Sometimes people have been talking about this in a very confusing way. And there are limits for this. We have inertia to preserve the dynamic stability of the system. And we still have, based on the hydropower generated, hydropower matrix, we have hydropower plants with reservoirs, and so they can maintain the intermittent supply. They can maintain the supply even when there is intermittent electricity being distributed. And it's a meaningful part of the market for the advances, and it's not going to compromise the generation of renewable energy. Thank you so much for Dr. Now I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Diogo, and he's going to talk on behalf of the Ministry of the Economy, Mr. Diogo Marques de Faria, and he is going to share with us pertinent information regarding this topic. Thank you, Justice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here discussing this topic. I'm going to discuss the topics very briefly. The first thing, discussing the topic of this panel, which are our general challenges. I'm going to talk about the design of the market that is now trendy with the PSL 322, and we are discussing where we are going, where we are moving forward to. And the first point is, I don't know if you have an idea of who the main consumers are, but the industrial sector in the last year They have been dropping their participation and consumption in the electrical sector, and the households, they have been growing, and mainly because of the income. The per capita income has been growing. When we talk about total revenue of a generator, we have to separate it in two numbers: the commercial number and the physical number. So we have the revenue that comes from the dispatch, and so there is a revenue based on the dispatch, which is the physical world of the generator, and it needs to enter a battle to be able to dispatch, and so the cheapest one is going to win, and so it's the cheapest in a competitive model. So it's the cheapest that gives the bid and wins the bid. And so there is a revenue. And so we have the bilateral contracts, and they are going to generate the revenue. What is the problem of a totally free market, mainly based on renewable energy? There is a problem around the world, which is the missing money. The missing money is if you get auctions, hour auctions or instantaneous auctions, you can use the clearing price to see the price that everybody's going to receive. So the last power plant is going to dispatch it, and so there is a clearing price. Everybody receives that price, even if the CVU is 200, 300, and so you have a margin so that you can survive. Bear in mind that in the theory of auctions, you have the minimum price to make a bid. What is the problem of a model like this? Because if you are based on renewable energy, your marginal cost is zero. And so most of the day you have overcapacity, and we need it to be like this so that we can modulate the peaks. So if this is a common problem in the world, when it comes to renewables, this is even a greater problem. There is a very interesting report from the IHS that shows this spiral based on this missing money problem, based on renewables. And Brazil is a country that is basically renewable, and this concerns us. Why does this concern us? Because how are we going to be able to sponsor the expansion of a system in such a model? And I believe that most of the market agrees that we need to evolve to a free model. This is the main objective, and at the end, I'm going to discuss this point. So how are we going to design this market, understanding that Brazil has particularities when compared to other countries? But there is a basis of its matrix on fossil fuels, and it's created on the base on the model of PPA. And so we have another model with renewable energy. And the problem here is that we have costs that have not been abated, about 1 trillion reais. Of course, we're not going to do this, but imagine this. What is going to be the maximum limit? And if we canceled all of the contracts that are in effect now, and we move to a model that would offer instantaneous auctions. So the missing money would generate this problem, and in the maximum limit would compromise the amount, the 1 trillion. This is a point. Legalization, judicialization, I know that this is impossible. We would never arrive at this point, but understanding this as a maximum limit. And so we are going to create public policies at an ideal pace. Also, operational inefficiency, and this is a historical problem. So the costs of Eletrobras are much, much higher than the private sector, and also market distortions. Eletrobras in the past said, oh, MP 579 is a good example, but we also had price distortion problems in public biddings, auctions, and so these were patriotic returns. And so some companies had to enter the public bidding with unbelievable prices, and the market became totally skewed and distorted. And so Eletrobras did not deliver the electricity. And so we had 50% of private companies not wanting to take part in the public biddings. And so the problem is basically regulatory, depending on the model that we use. And this is going to give us a guideline of how we're going to expand, because in the last few years, we have been detecting an expansion that evolved in a speed higher than the consumption, but on the other hand, the price exploded. And so how can I have a supply that is evolving faster than the demand? In the perfect microeconomic model, I should have a reduction of prices. So what happened? I have a serious problem. I have more supply than demand, and the prices are huge. Okay, so many regulatory failures led to this. And we have to understand we had a problem, a serious problem in 2015. There was a blackout because of the lack of lack of power. And so the intermittent source does not give us the security or the safety to respond during these peak moments or crisis. And so the wind energy got a big share of the market in the last few years. And we also have implicit subsidies. And so this was discussed in the other panels. Rodrigo talked about the subsidies per year, how much they cost. And so we have a regressive subsidy, and the poorest, they pay for the richest. And so in the explosion of prices, when the people from the regulated market, when they left the free market and they went to the regulated market, and so the rich people, they said, I'm not going to pay this bill, so I'm going to use solar panels. And so we're always pushing the bill or asking the poor people to foot the bill. Wind energy, the second chart is only to show you how our generation park expanded in the last few years based on intermittent sources. What is the problem here? We cannot ensure the supply. These were specific crises and events that happened at the end of 2018 and at the beginning of 2019. So in a few days, the wind energy delivered 7 gigawatts, and then suddenly there was nothing. And so sometimes they delivered less than 10% of the capacity that they have. And this requires redundancy. So if I can only have certainty with 10%, I have to have 10 times more, or some other source that is going to offer the security for me, and this implies a cost. And the big question is, do we need all of this? So the per capita CO2 emissions in Brazil is about 13% of the American emissions. So the energy matrix in Brazil is one of the most renewable in the world. So we have a matrix that delivers over 80% from renewable sources. And Germany, after a long effort, they are a little below 40%. So we are in the leadership. And so it's a market based on hydro and renewable. Maybe Canada would be a country we can compare us to. So the problem is that our electricity prices, they cannot tolerate big adventures. So the prices of the low tension almost doubled in the last few years, and the taxes increased over 400% in the last few years. And so to solve most of these problems, first, we have to rationalize our decisions. We have to make decisions based on facts, based on evidence. It's not a problem having subsidies. That's not a problem, as long as the subsidies are transparent, justified. Why am I investing 15 million reais in this and this and this? Because of A, because of B, because of C. And so as a society, we have to decide, is this what I want? Or can I do something else with this money? And so the poor part of the population footing the bill is never a good option. The government has to pay, but not the low-income families. Subsidies are not a cry, as long as they are transparent and justified. The discussions in general are extremely passionate and not analytical. It's necessary to advance in 4 pillars. Instantaneous tariff. It solves the intermittence, but it has the challenge of how can we do it. Number 2, binomial tariffs with the elimination of regulatory problems. And the challenge is the legacy we're going to leave to the other legislations. And so the regulation cannot be arbitrary. And then locational signals. The prices are going to be per node. And the pricing of environmental attributes. Are the benefits renewable, or should we have a fee for the polluters, or a sanction, or must they pay a tax because of this? And so, oh, I have an environmental externality. Okay, how much? How much does it cost? I either give a benefit to the renewable, or I follow the logic of, if you are polluting, you're going to pay something. And so we have these 2 options. So with these 4 pillars, we're going to be able to solve most of the problems in the electrical sector. And I even am going to solve the problems of capacity based on the capacity of us solving the intermittent problems.
Thank you, Diogo Macorte, for your interesting comments. I'd like to bring the topics brought by Diogo and Rodrigo Limp. But there are many questions that arrived regarding what Rodrigo mentioned related to the regulation conducted by ANEEL, the regulatory agency of Brazil. The debate methodology, step to step. What are the benefits of the distributed generation to Brazil and the society? How many jobs will be generated? How much emission will be done? Was this evaluation done by the regulatory agency? And compared to the experience of California and Spain in negative generation. So these are some of the questions that were asked to the director of ANEEL. Thank you for the questions. At ANEEL, it's a topic that we discussed very much regarding the distributed generation. In 2015, this change was finalized. Then we have a few public hearings. Today, we don't call them public hearings, but public consultations. Now we are in the moment of having more mature talk with the proposal of normative resolution. We presented some improvements regarding the previous proposal that was in the analysis of regulatory pact, which was more conceptual. We accepted different contributions. We felt that the proposal generated strong resistance within the electric sector and also in the society and in the Congress. So we are listening to the contributions so we can improve our proposal. It is not a definite proposal. but the norm needs to be enhanced so that we can have rationality in the allocation of resources. The current model is not sustainable on the long run because it doesn't allocate the costs for the ones that use the grid, and it transfers the costs for the other uses of energy. So we have to think of the cost for the micro generators. Remember that it is a basic principle of the agency to guarantee the regulatory stability and legal security. So the new rules will only be valid for the new micro and mini generators. Regarding the benefits of distributed generation, there are different ones. Uh, Generating new jobs in some regions that have low income. For example, in the north of Minas Gerais, there are many projects of distributed generation developed there, and we have the benefits for the electric power sector. The decrease of losses, the investments in the generation. When we think of the benefits, we have to bring to this discussion the clarity of competence among the institutions. And now is a regulatory agency of the electric sector. We don't create public policies. The Congress, the National Congress is in charge of this. So we have difficulties in considering aspects in our analysis on, for example, the generation of jobs. Of course, it's really beneficial for the country. The unemployment rate is really high, but we have difficulties to think of the maintenance of the system as it is. So we need to change it, and so we can bring more benefits and bring more jobs. The subsidies, they have no problem. They just need to be transparent and justified. So it is a moment to discuss the compensation model. Do we have to keep the model as it is? Well, we analyze different international cases, and we observe the discussion that we're having today in different countries. The countries, they start with incentivizing models in which the distributed generation didn't really exist, and then they start increasing the impact to the consumers, and then the countries discuss the change in the rules, and then they improve the rules. The countries that started using the distributed generation have their examples, and it's time for us to discuss this in Brazil. And we have a growth projection that justifies this discussion, the discussion that we are promoting in the National Electricity Agency. Thank you, Rodrigo, for your answers. There's a number of questions directed to Max, and they have to do with how ANEL has seen the generation of energy from the solid waste and the challenge of assisting the state of Goiás by ANEL, and how the new technologies can contribute with the quality of the service being provided. And one more question. Facing the data of consumption done by the smart meters for the consumption of energy, is there a risk of violation of the right of privacy of the citizens? There are several questions. Let me talk about the last question first, regarding the smart meters. The smart meters, they have a series of features that potentialize gains to the final consumer, to the system itself, as the system responds to a rationale of prices, and it brings productivity gains to the producers. So the optimization of Internet of Things brings electronic meters, the smart meters associated with telemetry. With this, we can potentialize the other things. The security of information, we have a legal framework to deal with it, and it has to be respected in all aspects, not only in this aspect. Technology, when it is universalized in the everyday life of any citizen, the technology associated with the consumption of electricity, but our smartphones, computers, etc., they potentialize the exposition, which requires caution from our side. In the case of a distributor of an essential public service that meets the regulatory frameworks, they need to follow these frameworks for the protection of their client base. The second question regards the generation through solid waste. And now has a resolution that defines the generation of renewable sources such as wind or solar PV. There are also benefits to the insertion of these new technologies. In the concession area of Enel Distribution São Paulo, which is the metropolitan area of the city of São Paulo, we have some power plants that use solid waste and biogas that was frequently used a little while ago. It is a tendency of circular economy, the use of the waste. Brazil has a serious problem of treatment of the trash, especially in the large urban centers. The metropolitan area of São Paulo doesn't have where to dispatch all this waste, all their trash. So in terms of public policy, it seems to make sense. But as it was mentioned previously, it has to do with public policies that transcend the reach of the electric sector. Thank you, Dr. Max Xavier Lins. There are more questions and provocation to Diego Macord. I would like to mention two of them. In the order of priority of the ministry, shouldn't they address the explicit subsidies to the special consumers that make the development energy development bill more expensive? There was an analysis that understood that the subsidies were not within the legal framework and legislative framework, and there were some ordinances from the court in that sense. OECD presents 9% of the tariff to the consumer. So it is the first question. And the second one, why the Ministry of Economy is only concerned on protecting non-amortized assets. The distributed generation shouldn't be kept for 25 years for existing assets. So these are the questions that were asked to our panelist, Diogo.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. Within the Ministry of the Economy, there is a division in which the Ministry of Finance, the Special Secretariat of Finance, they are more worried about the direct subsidies, and we are worried about the invisible subsidies. It is a very, very important goal for you to reduce the subsidies in general and the taxes in general. In the case of the OECD, everything is there, and we want to remove the skeletons from our closet, and nobody sees that because this was a result of a lot of messes created by the lobbies that we had. Oh, my source is better. Come here. It's just like the Social Security reform. The baker says, I'm here in front of an oven many hours. I have to retire earlier, and then the other employee as well. And so then you're going to have privileges. Oh, mine is only 2% of the tariff. Mine is only 1%. But then when we close everything, we're going to have a monster. So everything should be dealt with at the same time. It's like a monster. Solve that problem first. And so I'm not going to try reduce mine. I'm going to try to take advantage of everything and earn my own. And then you start building this horror problem, and then we're going to have many arbitrary things. Regarding the amortization, and so those who have already invested, they are going to stay. But ANEL's resolution forbids the sale of electricity. Many investors, they decided to have the remote power plants, and then you would consolidate the users, and they transform this into collective healthcare insurance. And then you're going to find everybody to associate themselves. I'm selling energy. No, I'm selling 1% of the park. No, they are selling energy. And so the investment was done. We're not going to change. From now on, we have to change this. I'm going to pass the floor to all of the panelists so that they can give their final remarks. What is the current state? What is the current state? So that we can have a resolution from ANEL. And then I'm going to pass the floor to the final remarks. Yes, you can conclude. 5 minutes for the final remarks. This is just a doubt that I have. Yeah, this is important. And so in our regulatory agenda, the norm would be, by our regulatory agenda, the norm would have been approved by the end of the year. But then we delayed it to the beginning of 2020, the final approval. And this is not a loss. In our opinion, this is not a loss. The dialogue is important. It's important to listen to our entire society, to our citizens. And so we need to have more and more effective regulations. On the 15th of October, we approved the opening of the hearing, and so it would end now on the 30th of November. And based on several demands of the sector, we have postponed this for 30 more days. So we're going to listen to suggestions and recommendations until the 30th of December. And then we're going to get all the comments, all the suggestions, all the recommendations, and we're going to carry out the analysis. It doesn't mean that we're not working hard. We are having many meetings with the producers, with the consumers, with many sectors, and we are getting the first perceptions. And the rules that are still in effect, and so the rules are going to be valid until the 31st of December of 2030, in the next 11 years. And this point has been criticized a lot, because this is not considering the shelf life, but only, so 5 years, we used the 5 years, and then we gave more time, so 2030. But we want to offer legal stability, legal security, and so we have space, we have room to advance on this. And before concluding, I would like to reinforce that ANEL is totally open, available. You can contribute, not only to improve this regulation, but all of the others that are being discussed. Many things are happening in the sector. We have discussed the technological changes that are going to be a part of this. smart meters, and we are giving special attention to this because we want the grid to become modernized and to bring about benefits to the consumer. We don't want a modern grid just because we want it to be modern. No, we want it to bring benefits to our consumers. And when we have a cost-benefit analysis, we want it to be beneficial to install the smart meters. We know that this is going to happen. We don't know how fast this is going to happen. And ANEEL, going back to my first slides, aims to be a facilitator. So the new technologies are going to come in, and we want to offer benefits to our society, to our consumers. We are worried about the tariffs, the costs, the cost of the subsidies, the cost for the generation of electricity. We are paying attention to this. The regulator is paying close attention to this. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rodrigo, for your words. And now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Max. And I was very impressed by the migration from the captive market to the free market. This is amazing. So this progress was based on what study? Your final remarks. So this is a proposal that has come from the regulator. It's on the negotiations table now, being discussed now. This was an old demand. We wanted to reform the electrical market, and so this ended up not happening. And so this is a demand that our society has, and now we have this proposal. And for me, it makes all the sense in the world. So there is a transition period, and we know that the captive clients was used as a capacity for the generation to be expanded, and so the distributors, all of these clients, overnight, as if by magic, these clients would migrate. The contracts of the distributors would not have a coverage, a financial coverage. And so the banks would be harmed, and the companies as well. So the financial model that gave all the support of this would include this transition. So this is something that has to be done slowly with lots and lots of responsibility, and that's what the regulator is discussing. For my final remarks, I would like to reinforce the views of the ANEEL group. There is a technological wave that encompasses more than isolated technologies. There is an energy transition that is taking place now, and these two things, when they are conjugated, when they are combined with artificial intelligence, distributed generation, they're going to change radically the way how we use the energy and how we insert ourselves into this context and how we supervise and operate the system, the electrical system. And we also discussed this, and Rodrigo, the technology is not an end in itself. It has to benefit our society. And the technology has been, if we consider the first industrial revolution until now, it has been a vector of development. And we need to be agile, sufficiently agile, so that the regulatory framework and legal framework, as was mentioned by Antoine Saint-Exupéry, we cannot only foresee the future, we have to stop a bad future from arriving. So this has to be our role, to bring the technologies that they are an inexorable truth. So everything has to be done. And the technologies are going to gain in scale, they're going to become more efficient, and they're going to arrive in our lives. And so I have a personal example. There was a World Cup in 2006, and I purchased a TV set of 45 inches. And now I purchased one of 65 inches. And so this TV set does not only serve me coffee, but everything else it does. So it's a gain in productivity in terms of efficiency. And so everything is happening in our sector. And it's essential for this to become materialized, to benefit our society, to benefit the system, to benefit the consumers. And we need to have enough agility so that with prudence and responsibility, we can make everything feasible. So thank you so much, and I congratulate you on the event.
Thank you, Dr. Max. Now we hand the floor to Diogo for his final remarks. And I'd like to provoke you a little bit regarding the possible privatization of Eletrobras. And this work brought some questionings that must be resolved by the government if they will really confirm this privatization agenda. It is a very recent agreement, so maybe we don't have access to it. But I would like to know your perspective, because it's an important agenda of the government, and then your final considerations. Regarding Eletrobras, what we did within the economy was to draw a Chinese wall so uh, we could prevent conflict of interest within the company. So our secretariat is linked to design of market and not the privatization of Eletrobras. It's SADD is in charge of that. So we don't want to confuse policymaker role with the shareholder role. So I can talk about the importance of Eletrobras for the electric sector. Well, for the final considerations, well, first one, we normally listen to the remarks of several energy sources, of micro lobs, of job generation, but they are all based in partial balance. It means that in that sector, I'm generating 10,000 jobs. In that other sector, I will generate 30,000 jobs. But how many jobs did I lose because the tariff changed the price? And how many jobs did we not generate because the tariff was increased? So the partial balance is very easy. So we need to think of an economic logic. We are a country, not a sector. What about the complete liberalization of the sector? A provocation about the microgeneration. Keeping it up to 2030 just to make sure there's no subsidies. Suppose that tomorrow they will connect the wire, but that house wants to keep crediting, but with who? I have to create a tax to buy energy to be able to do the compensation. And regarding other arguments, if you didn't see it, if you didn't listen to it, you can listen to the podcast regarding distributed generation involving losses and other interesting points. Regarding the regulatory framework, I would suggest some options for PLS, which encompasses the 4 pillars. And the only thing that really concerns me in the context of the discussion is the electric sector brings investment in infrastructure in Brazil. So we are changing the way we finance the expansion. We need to be cautious so that we will not end up giving problems to a sector that brings investments to Brazil. We are on the right path, in my opinion. So the debates and the heated talks are part of the process, but we are in a positive direction. I'm really excited with the new framework, and thank you for the invitation again. Dr. Marx, please. Just a little remark. Just in terms of vision, some people can ask themselves, what about the electricity distribution? Will it end with the distributed generation in large scale? What is the vision? We have a vision of a system that is absolutely integrated. The grid either in low tension, medium tension, or high tension. It is a set of communicating branches that will allow the optimization of the distributed generation, even if it's in a large scale. This is the vision that we have of the importance of the grid. In a scenario of distributed generation, the grid will be absolutely necessary because it is the element that optimizes and interconnects. Given the intermittent character, unless everyone had the storage system that could be full and cheap, but if it's not the technological condition, the grid is completely necessary. It is the network from which the energy will flow to optimize the system itself in the benefit to the system. So this is the look that the distribution business has in our vision. And within this line, as a group, we don't have any fear of this new reality. As the group, as I mentioned previously, works in the 5 segments of the electricity industry. The solutions, regarding the solutions, we have a company, NOx, that works in Brazil in this area. So this wave that is unstoppable to arrive, we have to surf it as soon as possible and bring our best experience and expertise to provide solutions of utilities and services for the clients in this reality that will come, will inevitably come. Well, I thank you all very much. I'd like to register the presence of the Minister Augusto Mats to end this day of the event. I was happy to see the people who are on the right and on the left of my chair. You know that obviously we feel safe that things are being put and being technically resolved with a very accurate vision of the problems. It's not hasn't been like that always. So we have a futurist thought of the electricity distribution, and a vision of a revolution that will bring with all the transformations through which the society goes through. It was a pleasure for me to preside this debate, and I would like to end this 3rd panel. We like to thank the gentlemen who were part of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, to the closing of the International Seminar on Renewable Energy, Advances in Opportunity for the Development, Sustainable Development, we would like to invite the Justice Augusto Nardes with Manuel Moreira to close the event. Well, I'd like to greet all the participants. I'm really happy with this event. It's such an important event. It's very strategic to Brazil and Latin America, and also with the support of the German cooperation. I'd like to thank the participation of all the institutions that are represented here, the Ministry Zimmler, who is electricity engineer and knows this area very deeply. He's one of our specialists here. I'm really happy because when we started the history of the coordinated audit, when I was president of OLACEFs, we started to create this structure that I see in action today, we can see that there was really a result and ability of cooperation of all Latin American countries, especially um, cooperation of not only brotherhood, but also with the effective results as it was demonstrated in this event. Therefore, it is a result of a long work that started in 2012 when Brazil was president of OLACEFS, the Latin American and Caribbean Organization, and also other countries that today participate. Nelson Schack from Peru, and then we had Mexico after Brazil that continued this work of coordinated audit. It didn't happen before in the past, so we had the idea to to have this coordinated audit to preserve areas of parks and preservation areas. And the great news that I have to you is that Africa is requesting the methodology. We already forward the methodology of indicators for preservation of reservation areas in Africa, and the Intosai system is acknowledging the success of the work that you are presenting today through this international renewable energy seminar. For us, from the Federal Court of Accounts, it is a wonderful moment because we implemented the idea of governance in Brazil. I will talk about it briefly, just for you to understand that it has everything to do with coordinated audits, and renewable energies and other important topics. The audit of borders governance. All the Latin American countries must be involved in this to face the traffic dealing, drug trafficking, and Brazil is one of the largest importers. So we can already see the results of this joint work. So we could reduce the drug and the activity of the dealers in many countries of Latin America. The renewable energy, back to the point, it's important for the strategy and governance and the growth perspective of our continent. We are starting to work along with OLACEFs. I am the president of the capacity building committee of all the Supreme Courts of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I have support from other presidents. So we worked together. And then Mexico came along to continue the work. And then in the present, we have Peru as the president. What is this strategy? To organize in different areas the governance of Latin America in important sectors, infrastructure, in the infrastructure environment, for example, and also in the environment sectors, security sectors. We've had many joint audits. We already have 18 joint audits. And I was happy when I was talking to Manuel and he said that this audit provided the best results in effective terms of cooperation and maturity in the cooperation work, of solidification of this joint work in Latin America to discuss renewable energy. So it is considered the best coordinated audit ever. So I read the report, and I can see that we created a great communication field in the joint work. In the coordinated audit, we have the methodology, we provide the methodology to the countries, and they apply the methodologies in their realities. And the good news is that this audit was the basis for Africa, Asia, or is already requesting that, some Asian countries. So the coordinated audits is something that we invented here in Latin America, and we implemented through the management in which I was the president.
Another wonderful positive piece of news is the fact that we have in this auditing a demonstration of maturity regarding all the information that we have collected. I was analyzing the capacity of each country when it comes to renewable energy, and I saw that Paraguay has a huge project. We have worked jointly with Paraguay. They have already reached 99% of renewable energy. After Paraguay, we have Costa Rica, above Brazil, and then Brazil comes in third place. We are in third place, and we are the three most important players when it comes to renewable energy. So it's a very meaningful number, and it consolidates the work that we have been doing. And slowly, slowly, we are doing this to preserve the planet. I remember when I took my master's course in Geneva in Switzerland in the 1980s, we were already discussing the possibility of having a development that the French call eco-development, ecology and development walking side by side, what we call sustainable development nowadays, and slowly we are evolving at an international level so that we can reach these indicators and also offer a unique condition so that we can sponsor with these innovative theses alternatives for the growth of humankind as a whole and also preserving the planet. And this is essential. In some countries, they had a huge growth without analyzing all of the strategy of preserving the environment, which is very important. So discussing renewable energy, the lovers of this topic who are here, they are very important, and this is important for us to think about this generation and the future generations. And so I'm wrapping up my participation of implementing governance in Brazil. We have already written 2 books about governance. We have already shared this with the TCU, jointly with the OECD. We already have this. We changed 500 auditors from their departments, such as Manuel Pereira. We have 7 specialized secretariats. Just to give you an idea, we have 7 secretariats dedicated to the area of infrastructure and 1 dedicated to the electrical sector. But we have 26 specialized secretariats as a whole, and we have about 1,700 auditors. So the Federal Court of Accounts in Brazil is the protagonist of a transformation of the country. I can assure to all of you that TCU has gotten ready for this and is ready to help Brazil change, because via the operational audits we can show the paths into the future to the managers of Brazil. So we were discussing Eletrobras. What is the future of Eletrobras? We are either going to improve our state companies and state agencies, or we're going to have a collapse. Brazil has already started going into a collapse. Brazil is entering a collapse. 14, 15, 16, the 2014, 15, and 16, we had a negative growth. It was 8.4% of negative growth. Lack of strategic planning, lack of reliability, bad decisions, and this made our country lose investors, lose credibility at the international scenario. So we had a negative growth of 8.4%. And so the GDP is 6.8. So let's calculate. 6.8 is our GDP. 6.8 is our GDP. It's a national GDP. 6.8 trillion reais, which is about $1 trillion, a little less than $1 trillion. 3 negative years, growing negatively, and then we have minus 2 trillion. So the economy went down, it fell. So it's very difficult for us to close the year, to end the year with a surplus. So governance is essential. We must have strategic planning, not only in the sector of renewable energy, but security, healthcare. And so we have been able to convince the previous government. We started doing some work with President Dilma in the past, and we carried out a research with governance indexes, and we discovered that Brazil does not have strategic planning in many important sectors. We didn't have a risk assessment. Imagine state ministries not having risk assessment. And this led us to a dramatic situation of a rich, wealthy country as Brazil having an 8.6% decrease of its GDP. We are recovering now, and so we're going to grow approximately 1% this year, next year maybe 2%, and so the country is breathing once again and growing once again. And so at the federal level, at the federal government, we implemented this law to have planning, strategic planning. We cannot play it by ear. We cannot improvise. And so Brazil, in the medium and in the long run, we have to plan. We have to have governance and strategic planning, or we're going to have the collapse that we had in 2014, 15, and 16. And so we need to have strategic planning for 12, 15, 16 years. And we were able to create this law with the experts here at the TCU during Michel Temer's term in office, during his administration. We must have planning in the short, medium, and long run. Our biggest project as the chairperson of the committee in Latin America is trying to implement the same governance law and policy in all of the Latin American countries in sectors such as electricity, energy, security, to diminish drug trafficking. We can only diminish drug trafficking in Latin America if we work together. We cannot build a wall. We cannot build a wall. Brazil is as big as a continent. We cannot build a wall along our borders. I know that the wall between the USA and Mexico is way, way smaller. We have thousands and thousands of kilometers of borders. We either change the way of governing, or we try to find effectiveness, efficiency with the governance rules, and that's why we went to Paris to sign a contract with the OECD. We are trying to find the best practices, the best governance practices of the OECD. We are trying to implement this in the federal government, and we are trying to implement that in 10 Brazilian states. 10 Brazilian states already have these best governance practices implemented, and we have to implement that in our continent. And that's why, Manuel, I'm happy to see the seminar. I'm happy to see that we are working together with cooperation, with collaboration, with positive energy among all of the countries in Latin America. And so now I have just taken part in the OLACEF's meeting, and we're going to take part in the control seminar that is going to start next Thursday. So it was an invention of ours so that we can have we can have the same thing happening all over Latin America that is happening in Brazil. Imagine, Brazil is a country that has 210 million inhabitants. Only the city of São Paulo has around 15 million inhabitants. The dynamics in our country are very intense, and we have to work together. We have to work side by side, holding hands. And I have discussed this with President Bolsonaro. Brazil has to have cooperation, solidarity, and to work jointly with all of the countries in Latin America so that Brazil can become one of the leaders in the continent, and so that we can make our continent develop with solidarity in a cohesive way so that we can face all of these blocks that have been created. If we don't improve our strategic sectors as energy, as security, as education, or as infrastructure, we're not going to have conditions to grow at the same level that China is growing, that India is growing, that Indonesia is growing. We have to have a macro view, a macro vision with all of our countries. So I would like to greet all of you who took part in this event so that we can cooperate, implement governance in all of the states, in all of the countries in Latin America. I was just invited to give a presentation about this. I have written 2 books about governance, and I'm going to go to Guatemala to do. Congratulations, Manuel, on the event. I would like to congratulate all of you. We can never lose hope. We can never lose faith and hope, because whenever we lose faith and hope, life becomes senseless. And so we have to live to transform this continent into a huge hub to distribute income. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Está encerrado o Seminário Internacional
The
sobre Energia
international
Renovável,
seminar on
Avanços e Oportunidades.
renewable energy is finished.
Agradecemos também
We'd like
a
to
participação
thank
virtual
for the
daqueles que
participation
acompanharam
of the
pelo
ones
YouTube.
who
Tenham todos
attended the
uma boa
meeting
noite.
on YouTube. I wish you all